Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I'm Councillor Susie Horton. I'm Chair of the Planning Committee. Just before we start, a little bit of housekeeping, safety information. If the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells and don't use the lifts, and assemble by Queen Victoria's statue in Guildhall Square. If you did sign in at the Guildhall on your way in, please sign out on your way out, just in case there is a fire and they go looking for you. Live web streaming, the public seating is obviously made available. However, this meeting is also being webcast to allow the public to watch remotely if they wish. Welcome to everyone watching online. Everyone speaking via a microphone will be on camera, except the people in the back 2 rows on my right-hand side there. Please use the microphone when you're speaking and remember to switch them off when they've finished. If not, we will nudge you. A little bit about voting. This is for members of the committee. Please, can you remember to keep your hands up until the number of votes has been stated, and then we'll let you put your hands down. And so now I'm going to go and do some introductions around around the room, I should say. So I'm going to start with councillors who are members of the committee. So I'm going to start in front of me.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Mary Vallely for Cosham and Wimmering.
Councillor Judith Smythe, St Jude Ward, and Vice Chair of this committee.
Morning, Chair. Councillor Joe Standham, Paulsgrove Ward.
Morning, Chair. Councillor Chris Dyke, Paulsgrove Ward.
Good morning, Chair. Councillor Matthew Cordy, member for Hilsey.
Sorry, Matt. Councillor Lee Hunt, and my ward is Nelson Ward, which covers Stamshaw, Tipner, Buckland and North End. Thank you.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Welcome to everyone from the committee. Right, now I'm going to ask anybody who's going to do a deputation, a spoken deputation, if you could introduce yourself and say which item it is. If you're here just to be here and just to watch and observe, you're more than welcome, but we won't get you to introduce yourself. So it's just people who are doing deputations. I'm going to start to my right. Here. Welcome, Helen. You do realise what I said before about you won't be on camera. If you want to be on camera, you can go and move to any other seat. Are you happy?
To be on camera.
Okay, just thought I'd highlight that. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name's Christian Reynolds and I am item number 8.
Welcome to the 3rd row back, and then I'll come back that way. Okay, so.
Hello, I'm Martin Darper. I'm for item 6, 246 Havant Road, objecting.
Welcome.
I'm Richard Adair. I'm councillor for Nelson Ward, making a deputation on 20 Wadham Road.
Welcome. I'll go to the back left.
Oh, was it Henry first, actually?
Sorry, I didn't see you there. Yeah. Simon was in your way.
Hi, my name's Henry Thorpe and I'm here to do deputations on the HMOs, but specifically 20 Wadham Road, 78 Oriel Road and 98 Laburnum Grove.
Welcome, Henry.
Councillor Russell Simpson, Hilsey Ward. I'm reading deputations for 20 Wadham Road in Hilsey, 78 Oriel Road and 16 Fareham Road.
Welcome. Press the little button once and let go.
Hello, I'm James Oliver, speaking in relation to 246 Havant Road.
Welcome, James.
Andrew Rothwell, 145 Prince Albert Road, item 11, I think.
Welcome.
Good morning, Carrie-Anne Wells, speaking on 4 of the items on the agenda today.
Welcome, Carrie-Anne.
Thank you.
Good morning. Reuben Wincott here on item number 7, Wadham Road, and item number 10, Laburnum Grove.
Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Item 9, objection to 16 Fearon Road. My name is Cheryl Pope.
Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly Fay. Item number 9, 16 Fearon Road.
Welcome.
Charmaine Skinnett. representing for number 9, Fearon Road. No, 16.
Welcome.
16, sorry.
Welcome. Are we all right in the corner? Can we get on with the meeting? Please, councillors. Thank you. Welcome to everyone doing deputations. It's going to be a busy morning. But last but not least, we'll go to the council officers. So I'm going to start on my right.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Juliet Gill. I'm the Principal Planning Solicitor. I'm here to look after the members and the officers.
Think there's anyone else until this side, so we'll start with you, Chai.
Chai Sharp, Active Travel Officer for Portsmouth City Council. I'm here to present a report.
Morning, everyone. I'm Harry Goodchild from Hampshire County Council, supporting Chai.
Good morning, Chair. David Hodges, Head of Development Management.
Good morning. Simon Turner, Team Leader in the Planning Department.
Alison Harper from Democratic Services.
And for everyone else who's here, welcome, including Toby as well from the news. Okay, that's our introduction. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Chair, just to point out for item 4, while this pathway is 80 metres long, it's not 1.5 miles long, and it's actually in Hilsey between Copton and Battenberg, because it's put down as Baffins. So I just wanted to make sure the Chair was aware of that.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. And can you remind us when we actually get to that point and we start off? That's useful, thank you. Okay, just a little bit of clarification around the proceedings. Obviously, members of the committee will know this, but each agenda item will be presented in the following order. First thing that will happen is the officers will do a presentation on the item. The second thing is we will go to deputations, and they are done in a specific order where objections come before agents, come before applicants, come before councillors. So some of these items have got quite a few deputations, and there'll be up to 6 minutes on those. Then what will happen is there will be an opportunity for members of the committee to ask specific questions, usually of officers, to actually clarify points that have come up or weren't clear in the presentation. And then finally, what happens is that, well, two further things. Then we go on to a comments, so members of the committee can express their views on it. Then they can also make proposals about whether they support the officer's recommendations for approval or refusal. And then we finally go to a vote on any of those proposals that have been put forward. So that is the order for every single item. Okay. Next agenda item is apologies for absence. I've received apologies for Councillor Chris Atwell. I've got here that Councillor Councillor Candlish is standing in as a standing deputy, but I can't see him yet, so maybe he'll come along a bit later. If he does arrive, he won't be able to take part in anything that's already been started. Any other apologies from anyone?
Yinka won't be here.
Okay, so apologies from Yinka Adeniran as well. Is that okay? Can we make a note?
Yeah, I'll make a note.
Chair, I understand Yinka stepped down from the planning committee. She is entitled to have a deputy today from the Labour Party.
Okay, all right, okay. So the next item is declarations of interest. Councillor Smythe, you missed this last time. Declarations of interest. None? No? Anyone else? No, that's good. All right. So now the next agenda item is the minutes of the last planning committee meeting. I've read through them. They seem accurate to me. Usually my vice chair usually verifies that. Other members of the committee who are here, are you in agreement that they are accurate? Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So we now come on to the first substantive item of the agenda, which is agenda item 4, which is their application for a public path diversion order for the Portsmouth footpath 105 Compton Road. Is this the point you wanted to make,
Yeah, just that it says Baffins, but it's actually in Hilsey Ward, bordering with Cotner, not 1.5 miles away in Baffins.
Okay. Thank you for that update, and I'm sure that will be useful information to make it more accurate, but I don't think it will alter things substantially. Over to you, Chai, to present the report.
Thank you. It won't change. It's on this report. I apologise for that. I'll get it amended, but it won't change the order. So the purpose of the report that I did was to seek approval for a public path diversion order for Portsmouth Footpath 105, Compton Road, under Section 119 of the Highways Act 1980. The landowners have applied to permanently divert the whole of the footpath on this land. On this land, there are two planning applications which were granted, one for 6 dwellings and one for a new church hall. The proposed diversion will enable the land to be developed in accordance with the planning permissions and to provide a new public footpath between Compton Road and Battenberg Avenue. The recommendations within this report are that the application should be accepted and authority given for making a public footpath order under the provisions of Section 119 of the Highways Act 1980 to divert the whole of the footpath onto number 105 Compton Road from the current route to the proposed route as shown in Appendix A. I'll just forward quickly to show that. So currently the A to I there is the existing route, which goes through some properties, and the new route is A to B. Currently the new route is open and is a private stretch of land, and what the applicants are looking to do is divert the A to I path to the A to B path, which is the dotted line on this map. So to give some background on this application, previously there was an application, there was a church hall here where A to C is. That was, planning permission was given so that 6 dwellings could go here. They have now been built, but they've been built over a right-of-way. At the time, this section between A and I was not a right-of-way, and an application was put in to establish whether it was or not. That application was completed and confirmed by the Secretary of State we did a definitive map order on the 29th of April 2022, and the Secretary of State confirmed it on the 12th of March 2024. So that is an established right-of-way. Obviously, it goes, at the moment, there is a property there, which is 90C, that it goes through, and then it stretches through onto the church land. So currently, it is obstructed. What we're looking to do is adopt it onto the A to B path on the dotted line. The legislation for that is the orders for the diversion of the footpath, bridleways or restricted bridleways may be made under Section 119 of the Highways Act 1980 as amended by the Wildlife and Countryside Act 1981. At the order-making stage, the Council must apply the test set out in Section 11A. This is the test. So where it appears to a council as respect a footpath, bridleway or restricted byway in the areas other than one that is a trunk road or a special road, that in the interests of the owner, lessee or occupier of the land crossed by the path or way or of the public, it is expedient that the line of the path or way or part of that line should be diverted, whether on that land or same or another owner or lessee or occupier. The council may, subject to subsection 2 below by order made by them and submitted to and confirmed by the Secretary of State or confirmed as an unopposed order, create as from such date as may be specified in the order any such new footpath, bridleway or restricted byway as appears to the council requisite affecting the diversion, and B, extinguish as from such date as may be specified in the order or determined in accordance with the previous subsection 3. Below the public right-of-way over much of the path or way as appears to the council requisite as aforesaid. An order under this section is required to this act as a public footpath diversion order. The purpose of subsection 2, so that's the second section. So essentially what we have to do is look at this and work out whether we can move forward. Officers have looked at this and we are happy to move forward under this section here and move to ask for the diversion. So description of the route. So the existing footpath starts on Compton Road and proceeds in a southerly direction approximately 80 metres to Battenberg Avenue. That is the path from A to I. Where the footpath ends, the footpath is in a suburban area bounded by buildings and railings with a tarmac surface. The route is flat and is between 1.4 and 2.7 metres wide. This part is overbuilt and is consequently no longer available. The new footpath, should it be made, it starts at Compton Road and proceeds in a southerly direction. That's the path A to B with the dotted line. It's approximately 64 metres to Battenberg Avenue, where the footpath ends. This footpath is suburban and bounded by buildings and railings with a tarmac surface. The route is flat and is between 1.1 and 1.9 metres wide. There are photos of this in the appendix, if I just bring them up here. So, sorry, that's what I just read out there. So this is the start, this is the Compton Road end, and you can see all the way to the end, and this is the Battenberg Avenue side here. So as part of this application, we did complete an informal application, so we wanted to understand feedback from residents and Open Spaces Society. So we completed a 4-week consultation from October 2025. The Ramblers Association were contacted, Portsmouth City Council was consulted, and notices were placed on site for the public to consider what was written. We received 2 responses. The first response was from Councillor Benedict Swan in support, who expressed his support for the route. The second was a resident who also expressed support. They confirmed that the path was constructed west of the building to the new houses. It is clear and unobstructed, making it safer for everyone to use. They added that school children, parents and local people use it to reach the shops in Copner, saving a long walk around that is valuable to the area. Councillor Swan provided information and said that it plays a vital role. So 2 seconds. He stated that the Church of St Nicholas plays a vital role in the community of Copner and Hilsey. Allowing this to go ahead will enable the residents to access the church and surrounding areas much more easily and conveniently for services and other community functions held at the church, as well as providing a more direct route to Mayfield School, College Park, and both important locations. So I'm just going to read out the reasons for recommendation. The Council and the Highway Authority may make a public path order. It is considered when it's considered expedient to divert the footpath in the interests of the owner, lessee or occupier of the land and crossed by the footpath. The public path order seeks to divert the whole of the existing right-of-way onto the newly built path, which is currently being used by residents and maintained by the first owner and the second owner. The proposed diversion would enable the land to be developed in accordance with the planning permissions and to provide a new public footpath between Compton Road and Battenberg Avenue. The proposed diversion is in the interests of both the first owner, the second owner and any lessees, and it provides an alternative route connecting to the same public highways. The new route connects directly to the existing roads and is more convenient than the current right-of-way by reducing the overall distance travelled. The proposed diversion is in the best interests of the owner of 90C, as the existing right-of-way passes through their driveway and continues through their house and leads into a fenced garden. The current route is not suitable for public use because the access is obstructed by the presence of the house, making it impractical as a footpath. The proposed diversion is in the best interests of the public, as it offers an alternate route that is 16 metres shorter and provides improved visibility along the path. The existing route, as seen in map A of the appendix. So, apologies. In map A of the appendix contains several turns, making it less direct and less convenient than the newly proposed alignment. Officers confirm for the members that the proposed diversion satisfies each of the conditions in subsection 2(11)(a) of the Highways Act as set out in paragraph 4.1. The proposed diversion begins on Compton Road and terminates on Battenberg Avenue. The termination points of the proposed footpath are on Compton Road and on Battenberg Avenue, which will be moved only a short distance on the same highway as the existing footpath. The distance from the termination of Battenberg Avenue is approximately 19 metres. For the reasons set out in the report, officers are of the view that it is expedient to divert the footpath in the interest of the owner, lessee and occupiers, and the public and recommend that members proceed with making the public diversion order to divert the footpath 105. The costs involved in advertising the order, together with the administrative costs in the order making stage, will be met by the applicants. The informal consultation performed by Hampshire Council on behalf of Portsmouth City Council in section 6 did not raise any concerns. I have just realised that I didn't read out section 2 of the legislation, so I'm just going to quickly read that out. The purpose of subsection 2A is to ensure that the user of the footpath is able to progress to the original destination of the public highway at the end of the diversion. The order needs to satisfy 3 conditions. The new point of termination must be on the highway, which it is. The new point of termination must be on the highway or highway connected to it, which it is. The new point of termination must be substantially convenient to the public as the point where they would otherwise have arrived to the original path, which it is. It's shorter. The last piece. So next steps. So should this order be approved at the Planning Committee today, once approval is given, the public path order, it will be made and advertised as a statutory period of 28 days and 4 weeks is allowed for public inspection, objections or representations. The notices will go up on site. If no objections or representations are received, the council is satisfied that the relevant tests have been satisfied, officers will then bring an update again to this Planning Committee for formal approval to make the order. Or, if objections or representations to the order are received, they will be submitted to the Secretary of State with a request that the order be confirmed, subject to any additional evidence that comes to light as a result of this process. If the order is referred to the Secretary of State, officers will bring an update of the outcome again to this Planning Committee. Timeframes. When is the path legally created? When the path is legally created but has not yet been constructed, the existing path cannot be extinguished until the local highway authority, Portsmouth City Council, has certified that the new route has been built to the required specification and is fit for purpose. In this case, the proposed diverted path is already being used by the public. PCC has been provided with core samples of the pathway by the applicants, which have highlighted some issues. The primary issues involved the surface condition does not currently meet the required specification from Portsmouth City Council. The drainage and edging details have not yet been delivered to an acceptable standard, and lighting conditions. Work can be done to bring up these up to the required standards. The landowners have been made aware of these outstanding matters, and they will be required to enter into a Section 278 agreement to ensure that the necessary works are completed and the appropriate standards before the extinguishment of the old route can be confirmed. Essentially what that means is if this order is confirmed and the 2 right-of-ways are made, we will not extinguish the old right-of-way until Portsmouth City Council is happy with the condition of the path. Once that is completed, we will then take on ownership of that path and we will maintain it as Portsmouth City Council under our budgets. But the cost to make that path up to standard will come from the applicants. An integrated impact assessment has been completed as part of this application. Portsmouth City Council has a legal duty to determine applications for definitive map modification orders under Section 53 of the Wildlife and Country Act 1981 and considered the Equality Act of 2010 and the Council's public sector duty. I'm just going to bring this on to a piece. So, Section 69 of the Countryside and Right-of-Way Act 2000 requires the local highway authority to have due regard to the needs of persons with mobility issues. This is required and enforced under the Disability Discrimination Act of 2005. There is no fixed statutory duty for public right-of-way, although the Council's preference for new pathways is 2 metres wide and bridleways 4 metres. In this instance, the pathway has already been constructed and the proximity of the adjacent houses means there is no scope to widen the proposed diversion without significant costs or loss of parking and garden space to the houses on either side. The current path is in regular use by residents and visitors. Neither the council nor the landowners have received any complaints regarding its width since it's been open from February 2023, just under 3 years ago, or now 3 years. The proposed diversion has a minimum width of 1.1 metres at the Compton Road end, as you can see in the image above, for approximately 5 metres. The width then increases to 1.23 metres for 7 metres. Apologies for the 7M, it's metres, not miles. Followed by 1.48 metres to 1.5 metres, then it's over 1.5 metres for the rest of the stretch, and finally widens to 1.98 metres after a further 15.5 metres. See plan above. As such, it does not provide sufficient width for, as in mobility guidance shows, it does not provide sufficient width for a wheelchair user and a non-wheelchair user to travel side by side at the start of the path. Current inclusive mobility guidance recommends a minimum of 1.5 to allow this. In this section, the path, either the walker or the person in the wheelchair would need to wait while the other person transitioned the 13.5 metres. The physical constraints of the site, specifically the 13.5 metre section enclosed by the housing on both sides, mean that widening this path to fully meet best practice accessibility widths would not constitute as a reasonable adjustment in this context, given the scale of intervention required and the disproportionate costs involved. Having reviewed the relevant accessibility guidance to the Council's duty under the Equalities Act 2010, it is considered that this application does not affect compliance with the Act or the public sector's duty to make a reasonable adjustment. The integrated impact assessment, which I carried out, outlines that in the proposal it's considered to have benefits to health, carbon emissions, climate change, air quality by creating a convenient and suitable route between Compton Road and Battenberg Avenue. Without this pathway, users would be required to walk approximately 520 metres between the two access points compared to the 64-metre route offered by the proposed path. The integrated impact assessment was attached to the report. The final bits I'll put is the Director of Finance comments. Any works required by the diversion to the public right-of-way will be made and delivered fully funded by the applicant, and no financial contribution will be required by the Council. The Council role will be limited to the statutory duties and approvals and oversight to ensure the compliance with the relevant standards and regulations. There are no identified financial risks to the authority, provided the applicant meets their obligations under the agreed legal agreements. No additional funding or contingency is required from the Council.
Thank you, Chai, for that extensive report. I think all the time I've been around planning, I don't think I've had one of these, so it was good to be taken through all of the stages. We've got no deputations at all on this, so we go straight to members' questions. Wow. I think it was Councillor Smythe and then Councillor Mason.
My first question is, could you confirm that a standard wheelchair could be pushed through by somebody at the back of it?
Yes, correct. There is enough space for a wheelchair user to be pushed through. It's just that there is not, under guidance, there's not enough space to go side by side.
I understand that, and that satisfies me in the circumstances, but it needs to be noted in the minutes or the report, I think. The lighting, will it be on all the time, or will it be motion?
This is something to be discussed with the applicant and will be brought up later. The Council would like lighting, but it's something to be discussed with them. There are some proposals that they've put forward, but once the order is made, that's when we'll have discussions with them about the finals.
I don't want to anticipate decisions, but I think given that people are very nervous and it gets dark early, and even for school children coming back after a late coming back, I think lighting is needed.
Yep.
And the last thing is, will it be there, once it's approved properly, will it be then listed on the definitive map of paths across the city?
Correct, it will be listed on the map. Currently, the map does show Compton Road 105 on the definitive map. Once the order is made, it will show both paths, and then once the path is up to standard, the other path will be removed and it will show the new path.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Am I right in thinking that the diversion order, which will divert the footpath under the Highways Act, will also transfer the public right-of-way under the Right-of-Way Acts?
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Yes, basically a diversion order picks up the existing right-of-way, moves it onto a new alignment. There's a brief period where two rights-of-way coexist, and that's where the certification process that Chai mentioned is important. Once the order is confirmed, then the previous right-of-way disappears. It has no legal status.
Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, I just want to tease out a little bit more, Chai, if I may. So we've heard about wheelchairs, but double buggies for mums with kids. Just one moment. You're very keen, I can tell. A great report, thank you. A double buggy for kids, sometimes treble. But the other problem, the other issue that I wanted to tease out was motorised buggies. So a lot of people, and these buggies are getting bigger and bigger, as we know. How would they, are they accommodated? I have another question.
So, obviously 1.1 metres is quite wide for a buggy. So I honestly don't have the answer to your question in the sense of a motorised buggy. I know a normal sized buggy will go through that. I can look into that and come back to you separately via email.
Well, the speed they go nowadays, they're probably round the block before you got from one end of the path to the other anyway.
Sure.
having said that, I did want to ask our officers a question arising. I can see there's no lighting along here, which Councillor Smythe has picked up on. Are we allowed to put a condition on before if we were to approve this, that lighting should occur? Because with my crime hat on, the community safety hat on, these alleyways are a concern.
Chair, do you want
Can
me? I can assist.
Oh, sorry, I was about to clarify. I think we've got to look at what we've got in front of us, and that would be the next stage, because
No, there's no conditions on these. But part of the 278 agreement, they will look at lighting. That will be under there.
That was my question. I was going to pick up on Councillor Smythe's, because I think it's really good to raise those things, but I don't think that's what we've got before us. I think that would be a later stage. Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. With the increase that we see with electric scooters and people using their bicycles, are there any speed dampening measures at either end of the alleyway?
There are no speed dampening measures. It's a public footpath, so they're not allowed to go through there. We haven't had any complaints of that area of people using motorised scooters or bikes or anything like that. Also, it has curbs on both sides, so you would really need to be riding on quite a narrow pavement to turn down there. Possibly it would happen on the odd occasion, but we have received no complaints, and we do get regular complaints from other areas where this does happen.
Thank you.
Any other questions, members? Any comments? Councillor Hunt and then Councillor Cordy.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, obviously, this all makes a lot of sense. I think we've nailed our colours to the mast about lighting, and it is what it is. The width is what it is. Whether it's X to Y or A to B, because it's a bit mixed up in the diagrams. I'm sure you'll put that right. So I move the officers' recommendations, if I may, and they've listened to what we've said. And I would say too, it was a long introduction, but there's some really sensible issues raised by the elected representatives here on behalf of the public, which is the scrutiny that I like at these particular panels. They may take a little while, but it does show that councillors actually care about their own area and their own city. That's what we're elected to do.
Thank you. Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I agree with Councillor Smythe and Councillor Hunt that I think lighting is a necessity down there. The pathway is obviously used by residents already. It provides a safe route between Compton and Battenberg, so I'd like to second. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Valley. You were just going to second. Okay, so are there any other comments or any other proposals? No, so we've got a proposal before us from Councillor Hunt to move officers' recommendations that the application should be accepted and the authority given for the making of the public path diversion order and everything else that follows, and this is seconded by Councillor Cordy. So members, all those in favour of that proposal? That is unanimous, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentations and attending. You don't have to stay for the rest of the meeting if you don't.
Thank you, everyone, for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll move swiftly on to agenda item 5. Oh, I won't let Simon get settled before his presentation, which is 60A High Street.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. We have an application at 68 High Street, alterations to the fourth floor sunroom, including enlarged roof terrace with glazed balustrade, internal alterations to floor layout and replacement internal lift. This is a grade 2 listed building, so we have a planning application and a listed building application. The application has come to planning committee because of a request from Councillor Holder that in the event of a recommendation for refusal, which is what we have, that the application come for consideration to the committee. Just to locate you, we are at the southwestern end of High Street, as indicated in red on the plan. On the corner of Grand Parade. So the grade 1 listed St Thomas Cathedral is to the northeast opposite, and that's Oyster Street, and those are the grounds of the cathedral. Just off screen to the southwest in the photograph is Square Tower, grade 1 listed. So we're in the heart of the conservation area here with other listed buildings dotted around as well. It's a very prominent site. So I mentioned Oyster Street a moment ago. The photograph on the left is taken from Oyster Street. So on the left is the cathedral grounds. That we're looking at effectively the north elevation of the application property, which is 6D, which is the 3-bayed building I'm pointing to here. And so the application premises are the upper stories flat. This is a grade 2 listed building, designed by Samuel Wyatt, an accomplished 18th century neoclassical architect with a strong national reputation. As you can see, it's an imposing and very beautiful listed building on that corner. The mansard roof is non-original, but is historically appropriate. The sunroom on top, the existing structure, you can see with the red dot there behind the chimney, is a 1970s addition, fairly prominent in that view. Then coming onto High Street, looking north, effectively you can see the site on the corner with Grand Parade and High Street, and you can see the sunroom in 2 elements, effectively a slightly lower left-hand element and a slightly taller right-hand element. In principle, it's officer's opinion that the sunroom on top of the structure is incongruous, but it is there, and so we have to work with what we have in terms of any alterations proposed to the roof. Just wanted to remind members of the legislative context for decision making, principally the Planning Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990, which does of course feed into subsequent guidance and the National Planning Policy Framework. But for conservation areas, section 72, special attention shall be paid to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of that area. Section 66 for listed buildings, the local planning authority shall have special regard, I emphasise special regard, to the desirability of preserving the building. Got 3 sets of floor plans because there was an interim proposal that was refused under delegated powers. This is the rooftop. You can see the 2 elements I pointed out before. I called it the left-hand element, the slightly smaller one, and the right-hand element. And there is a small terrace that the applicants use, although access is possible, I think, to the entire flat roof. The refused proposal proposed to square out the building, so increase the footprint and increase the height, and I'll show you some elevations in a moment to show why that was refused. The applicants have taken on board officer advice and have returned the current proposal to the existing footprint, you can see, with the 2 elements, and minor alterations to the height and improvements to the glazing. The other significant element is the glass balustrade that is proposed. You can see the blue line running around the whole of the roof terrace. That's set in 40 centimetres from the mansard corner of the roof to have a bigger terrace to serve their sunroom. Quite large, extensive areas of glazing, and you can see in blue the limited areas of cladding either side of the west-facing window and the north-facing window. So back to the High Street elevation. There's the existing. This is a slightly different view, of course, to the actual view you'd have from the ground, because you're standing at ground level looking up, whereas the 2D plan elevation is exactly that in 2D. So you read it slightly differently. And so the right-hand element I've talked about before is recessive. That window would have been recessive, and that's why you can't see it in the actual image on the street. There's the refuse scheme, taller, bigger footprint, squared out on this corner with an overly large window, and that was why it was refused. Here's the new scheme, so comparable in height to the existing. That window is the recessive second element still, so you would still read a smaller element as you do now, with more appropriate glazing. Onto the Grand Parade High Street elevation. That's the existing. There's the refusal, again, bigger volume, bigger footprint, inappropriate design. So that was refused. The applicants have come back with this consolidated design on the same footprint as I mentioned. So still a step in the middle. This is a very sensitive site, very prominent site, and so any change to the rooftop structure has been looked at very, very carefully. You will have noticed in the report, officers don't just recommend it for approval on balance, but very much on balance, because it has nevertheless got a bit taller, 60 centimetres on the left-hand side and 20 on the right to square off the roof effectively. We've been prepared to accept that because of the improvement in overall design and consolidation of the structure. There was a problem still with the materials that officers not happy with. The proposals for fibre cement cladding on the two areas around the two windows. That's not appropriate in heritage terms, and so that is still a difficulty and part of the recommended reason for refusal for the two applications. And then we moved on to the glass balustrade. This is 1.15 metres tall, which is about to the bottom of my rib cage, so it's a fair old height, set right on the edge, or 40 centimetres from the edge of the rooftop terrace. This is also a difficulty. It was part of the refusal last time, and that's one element with the scheme that the applicant has not amended. We will hear from the applicant shortly as to why they believe it's acceptable. Officers don't believe it's acceptable. I think any railings or balustrading on the edge of a roof at height is problematic. If you picture that listed building, it's not set behind a parapet. When you have balustrading set behind a parapet, that puts it into the second plane visually, and the parapet will hide a third, a half or more of the balustrade, and that makes it more visually acceptable. Here, it's stark, bland glass set on the corner of the building, a listed building. So officers do not feel at all that the balustrading in glass is appropriate, unfortunately. You would see it breaking the skyline here. The applicant has produced some examples of how they think it may be appropriate. For example, on this property and on this property here. These are not comparable properties. They're on the other side of the road, but they're not listed buildings, completely different design and heritage context, and they're also set behind a small parapet, so they're in second plane and appear slightly, you don't see the full elevation of them. And the applicant has stated, unlike this proposal, which is also around the corner on Broad Street, here's a glass balustrading with a top metal rail and vertical supports that you would not see in this frameless proposal, is what they have. And they've pointed us to next door, which is a recent extension of a building on Tower Street, backing onto Broad Street. Here, however, you do still see vertical elements. These are the corners, the ends of the panes catching the light, so you do still get an effect, not so dissimilar to the metal railings. And on the return here, you see the reflection of the sun and the sky really catching the eye, and that is why officers are not at all happy that this would be an appropriate installation on a listed building at this very prominent location. That's it in a nutshell. Just one tidy up from the reports, just paragraph 816 shouldn't have been included as it has a reference to the previously refused proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon, for your presentation. We have two deputations, and the first one is from Helen Green, who is the applicant. Helen, you have up to 6 minutes, and I'll let you know when you've got about 30 seconds left if you use your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So Alison's just handing out some
apologies,
images
I'd
for you.
forgotten about that.
So good morning, everybody, chairman, members and officers. This deputation concerns a proposal at 60A High Street, which my husband and I purchased in 2023 after a 10-year search for our forever home. Members have now been provided with images of the building, including comparative examples of balustrading, to which I will refer. When we bought the property, we immediately recognised that the rooftop sunroom was in poor and deteriorating condition. Its failure was not only visual, but we had rainwater penetrating through into the lounge below. In 2023, we applied for planning permission and listed building consent to replace the structure with an enlarged sunroom. That application, as you know, was refused. We then undertook detailed pre-application discussions with our local architect, Carl Leroy Smith, responding carefully to officer feedback. We also consulted neighbours and sought the views of the Friends of Old Portsmouth, a local representative group who have formally supported our revised proposal. The scheme before you reflects that dialogue. The footprint has been reduced. The height has been reduced. The glazing has been reduced. And the remaining points of disagreement relate solely to cladding material and the form of the balustrade. The existing structure is clad in white UPVC. We are prepared to retain the white UPVC if members consider that preferable. However, our preference is cement fibre cladding, which closely resembles painted timber in appearance, and officers want white painted wood. Cement fibre is durable, UV stable, and more appropriate for a rooftop location exposed to sun, wind, and salt spray. It will weather consistently and require less maintenance than painted timber in this environment. We have proposed a soft sky grey, so the structure visually recedes rather than draws the eye, as bright white can at roof level. However, if members prefer white, we would accept that by amendment or condition. Turning to the balustrade, we propose frameless glass with no top rail, no framing, and no upright supports. It is deliberately minimal and visually recessive. And by our calculations, it's 1.2 metres back from the edge of the building. As shown in the circulated images, it does not catch the light, and it is barely perceptible from street level. And you have 3 images that I've shown you, which is the before and the after. By contrast, painted railings introduce vertical elements and a defined top line, increasing the perceived height and prominence of the building. If I could refer you to the final page, you can see the comparative images show that glass balustrading already exists on adjacent buildings fronting High Street, including on prominent elevations, and that traditional railings are more visually assertive. Last Sunday, we undertook a review of roof terraces in Old Portsmouth. Of 87 terraces identified, 45 use glass balustrading. 9 of those are on listed buildings, and 6 of which are visually apparent. Glass balustrading is therefore not unusual in this context. Having realised our long-held ambition to retire to Old Portsmouth, a place deeply connected connected to our family history. We are committed to caring for this building responsibly. My husband left from here on HMS Fearless in 1982. Excuse me, just having a minute. To fight in the Falklands War. And today our son works in the dockyard as a naval engineer. I currently volunteer in the dockyard as interim chair of the Historic Quarter, where our charitable purpose is to protect and enhance the historic buildings. We fully recognise the significance of this listed building and its conservation area context. The revised proposal is modest, responds to officer advice, and we do not believe it results in harm to the building or the wider setting. We respectfully ask members to consider whether the proposed materials and balustrade are, in fact, the more visually recessive and appropriate solution. We hope you feel able to support the application. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Helen, for your deputation. There's deputation from Councillor Mark Jeffrey, who was unable to attend because he was at work. So what we've done previously is allowed Ali to read it out. Are members happy for that to happen? Okay, in which case, over to you, Ali.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm writing in support of the application for 60A High Street and to explain why I believe the officer's recommendation to refuse is not justified. The main issues for your consideration are principle of development, impact on neighbouring living conditions and heritage assets and character and appearance. Number 1, principle of development. Officers raise no objection to extensions and alterations at this property. Number 2, impact on neighbouring living conditions. Officers consider that the proposal would not provide an unreasonable or unexpected loss of privacy for neighbours. Number 3, heritage assets and character and appearance. Officers acknowledge that, following a previous refusal, the applicant's new proposal provides some changes, including the retention of the existing sunroom's footprint, rather than the previous application scheme, which would have increased the footprint. Officers recognise that the overall height of the sunroom in this new application has been reduced by approximately 20 centimetres, and that there has been a reduction in the surface area of the sunroom elevations given over to glazing. Officers have concluded that, on balance, the scale and form of the sunroom is acceptable. Officers have some concerns around a glass balustrade and some materials. However, the proposal would, in their own words, lead to less than substantial and moderate harm to the heritage asset. Colleagues, while each application must be considered on its own merits, consistency is also important. 4 months ago, you considered an application for a scheme on High Street. The officer's recommendation was to approve that application, an application they also considered to have modest, less than substantial harm. It might be useful to note that the committee followed the officer's recommendation to approve the application, notwithstanding its slightly greater footprint and scale. Members, please approve this application.
Thank you for reading that out. That brings us to the end of the deputations on this item. So we'll go to members for any questions. Councillor Smythe.
Thank you. Could we see the plan that you put up, which was showing the position of the sunroom and the position of the glass balustrade, please? Could you explain to us on that one where the glass balustrade is going? And is it just if you could explain where it's going exactly?
Thank you. Yes, a different figure was given by Mrs. Green for the setback. The plans have marked it from, well, they've given both figures. Mrs. Green mentioned 1.2 metres from the building edge, but more relevant is the distance from the mansard edge, because the building steps out, the mansard slopes down, and then you've got the heavy cornice as well. So what is relevant is the position of the balustrade on the top corner of the mansard, which is the distance between those two lines there, the blue line and the next black line, and that's 40 centimetres set back.
So could it be made to be 1.2 metres set back from the mansard edge? Because that would make quite a difference to what you can see from the ground floor. I used to, 40 years ago, I knew somebody who lived in this building, and it is a truly beautiful building inside. It is absolutely, of all the conservation buildings.
Can you get nearer your mic, please?
Of all the buildings conserved in Portsmouth, it has, I hope it's still the same, an absolutely wonderful interior. I knew somebody who lived there 40 years ago. So where is, if it was to be 1.2 metres away from the mansard edge, where would it go?
Well, that would take you to about that point where the red laser pointer is. We have asked for whatever the balustrade is, it needs to be set in to be less prominent, as for the reasons I've given. It's not behind a parapet, so you'd see the full height of it, depending where you're standing, and it would be right on the edge. So we have asked for whatever it is needs to be drawn back. There'll be a debate about how far it needs to go. The further the better.
Thank you, Simon. That's exactly my question, that we don't actually have a diagram showing it 1.2 metres in, and which is what the applicant said that they would do.
No.
They said it is 1.2 metres, but they're talking about from the building face, which is the outer face here, but it is 40 centimetres set in from the edge of the mansard.
So it's only 40 centimetres in from the edge of the mansard, yes. I suppose another question really is, if we decided to concur with your analysis of the effect of that glass balustrade, could we put in a condition to require it to be further in from the top of the mansard? I appreciate it would change the area, but it is an exceptionally beautiful building, this.
Local planning authority has to be careful about what conditions it imposes. If an applicant wants something, proposes something, and in this case has been asked to amend it and hasn't wished to, the local planning authority has to be careful about what it imposes, because you're effectively imposing a different outcome to than they're actually asking for. So a minor setback from what's proposed could arguably be deemed to be acceptable, but if you ask for it to go much further back, that's not what the applicant has applied for, so you either have to approve or refuse the scheme. It depends on how far, I would say.
I mean, one could conceivably go back something near to the height of the balustrade, and then it wouldn't be visible from the bottom nearly as much, would it?
Depends where you stand. The further away you go, the more of it you can see. But I would just say, whatever its position, the material is inappropriate.
Yes, I mean, I think the photograph that has been provided by the applicant does show that from far away it's kind of in the corner and so on and so forth. Thank you for that answer. Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
Two questions for information. The question of the cladding, why is it considered suitable that the cladding should be white when this is on the top of a building, the mansard roof of which is grey, and the building itself appears to be a cream colour? So why white as a finish? Is that just what has been applied for, or do the planners consider that's a good finish, colour for finish? Secondly, I'd like some further information on the glazing, which has been proposed. The real question about that is, would it catch the light, and under what circumstances would it catch the light and be highly visible?
Thank you, Councillor. I think the colour of the cladding, rather than the material, is a very fine point, really fine subjective point. The applicant has chosen a soft light grey. That's absolutely understandable. The Conservation Officer's advice is a white would be the lightest, most appropriate rooftop setting. But it's a very fine point that it's not. It's not a part of the reason for refusal. It's the material that's the problem. In terms of the light, this is why I selected one of the images. This was an example chosen by the applicant because it's the applicant's architect was involved with this scheme, fronting onto Tower Street. This is the rear view onto to Broad Street. This is a frameless glass balustrade, I understand, but as I said earlier, depending on where the sun is, the sky, the clouds, etc., it's picking up the reflections on the ends of each individual pane, and then on the return, it's picking up the reflection of the sky and clouds. So that will change, I think, depending on what's going on in the sky and the direction of the sun, your view, etc., etc. But I think it shows that they are not highly, not invisible, but they can be quite intrusive and highly visible depending on all these factors. And that's why officers don't believe it's appropriate to have that on top of this fine listed building, which has such a richness in architecture and so on. And these are flat, architecturally sterile pieces of glass.
Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. So Simon, you mentioned that the materials of the cladding are the problem. Could you give us a little bit more information about the differences between the painted wood and the cement fibre, please?
Thank you. This is probably somewhere in terms of importance between the glass balustrading and the colour of the materials. For listed buildings, it's incumbent upon a local planning authority to seek the most appropriate design and materials for a listed building because of the importance of listed buildings to heritage and the legislative context I gave you earlier. So we're looking for authentic, appropriate historic materials because this is a listed building and a very fine listed building. So that is why, and these principles go to the heart of conservation. We understand matters of maintenance and so on, but part of the reason I pointed out to you earlier, the cladding is limited in area. It's either side of the windows. It won't take much maintenance. If that's maintained with the correct, best quality materials, in terms of treatment of the wood and then the painting and maintained, not much maintenance, and you've got the most appropriate historic materials if it's timber.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I've just got a quick question on the back of what Councillor Smythe was saying. Did I hear you correctly in saying that your concerns had been communicated to the applicant, for example, the distance from the edge of the, and that actually that had not resulted in a compromised sort of pulling back from the edge, as it were? So the discussions have been had as part of the planning process?
Yes, to be fair, the applicant did say that they would be prepared to move it back about a foot or so, I think. That was our discussion over the weekend before last weekend. But officers have wanted A, a much bigger setback, and B, a different material.
Okay. And just for, apologies if I was distracted, but have you made it clear, you've made it clear in the report, but we've spoken about the material that you'd want not glass?
Correct.
Councillor Cordy first and then Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Chair. So once that has been set back, would that be then set deeper? Would we see less from the roadside, or would it just still be on the top surface?
Yes, clearly, because of the angles, the further back it goes, the less you would see of it. So the existing sunroom, for example, I just get the...
So what I'm really saying is, would the base of the glass be at the same level, or would it be further down, lower down?
The glass would come off the same roof position, but being set further back,
Okay,
it would start to become more recessive the further back you go.
Thank you, Simon.
Councillor Smythe.
I think, you know, sometimes the decisions we make here, when they do seem to be like two sides of a grey line, are the most difficult. I mean, this building is probably, in my mind, one of the top 10 buildings in Portsmouth. It's a really, really fine building. The other thing is that the place where the glass will go at the moment on top of the mansard is facing south. It's going to catch all the sunlight. It's going to make a big difference, even in the photograph given to us by the applicant, which I think is a helpful photograph, because actually Old Portsmouth isn't full of gorgeous buildings. It's full of there's a few gorgeous buildings, of which this is one, and the rest are kind of slightly unfortunate infill around them after bomb damage and other things that happened disastrously to the high street at that time. And all the other times when we've looked at terraces, verandas above buildings, they have been buildings that are not distinctive. I mean, the buildings that are shown in the slides here and in the pack given to us by the applicants shows some buildings that frankly are not brilliantly beautiful buildings. They provide a setting for some of the buildings, but this top comparison of two styles of balustrade from adjacent buildings on the high street, really, not only are they set lower overall, but those buildings are not, apologies to anybody who lives in, but they're not beautiful buildings in the same way. So I think that unless I can see that because there are already extensions on the roof in this building, it is a very fine line, this decision. Ideally, if we'd been around half a century ago or more, we wouldn't have really wanted that mansard there, or we've made some other decision. And we certainly would have questioned, I think, the sunroom at the top. So as they're there, I would find it very difficult to approve a balustrade if it was further. I would find it very difficult to refuse a balustrade if it was set further back. And I would propose that if we do feel minded to overturn the officer's recommendation, which I think is very much in the interest of conservation, and that's a good thing, we should require the balustrade to be set further back and built in other materials.
Do you have a question? Or
No,
we've
this is a
gone on
comment.
to comments.
The comment is
so we've gone on to comments. Well,
Yes.
I just wanted to double check that
No.
there was no more questions from people.
Sorry,
No.
I
On to
thought
comments.
you'd gone on to that. I would like to say that I'd like to support the officer's recommendation, or if members were minded to approve this, to insist on a condition for different materials and a much smaller balustrade, particularly away from the back, from the front, this side elevation and the front elevation.
Sorry, can I just check? Are you putting forward a motion? Are you putting forward a proposal there to support the officer's recommendation?
I suppose what I'd like to do is to refuse it, and then further discussions can happen. So I propose that, but I reserve the right to come back and suggest a condition if it looks from the discussion.
So you are proposing to support officers' recommendations at the moment. Okay, I think Councillor Standen was next, and then Councillor Hunt. Okay, so we're on to comments now. Sorry, then Councillor Mason. Councillor Standen. Oh,
so sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't realise that.
do you have further questions? Right, okay, let's step back, because we've kind of... To finish the section on questions, are there any members of the committee that have any further questions for officers before we go on to talking further about our opinion stroke making proposals? Any more questions? No. Okay, in which case, Councillor Standen, you were next, I believe, and then Councillor Hunt, and then Councillor...
Yeah, a couple of comments. I appreciate that it is a magnificent building. Every time I walk past it, I always think, Christ, I'd love to live there. You know, it is really nice. However, there are buildings all over the country that are listed and are obviously old, but sometimes a bit of new can improve these buildings. And from looking at the before and after photos, it's clear that this makes the building more aesthetically pleasing, and it improves on the 1970s built sunroom that is leaking. I mean, clearly the applicant is extremely passionate about this, and I think this only improves the building rather than takes anything away. I understand it is in an area where we've got to be sort of mindful of making modern improvements. Obviously, we wouldn't put a glass balustrade round the top of the square tower or something, but I genuinely believe that this makes the building look far better.
Is that a proposal to
Yes, I will propose to
move
this through,
to
yes.
not support officers'
Not
recommendations?
oppose the
Yeah.
officer's recommendations, yes.
Okay, thank you. You need to go, I was about to come on to that. So there needs to be planning reasons for that. A personal opinion about whether something, we have this all the time,
Yeah.
about whether we like something or not, is not our job. Our job is to take the application in front of us and within material planning reasons, either support, and so the officers have presented a report based around those planning reasons, and we have to either agree with those planning reasons or come up with other planning reasons why we don't support it. Do you want me to come back to you to
Yes,
actually have a think
come
about
back
it?
to me, please.
Okay, so the next...
Chair, can I just come in a
Yeah.
second? There are actually two different applications that you're considering here. So one is for the planning permission, and then one is for the listed building consent. If you look at page 42, it's got the reasons for refusal, which you would obviously have to kind of reverse or change, if that helps.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Councillor Stanley. So it was Councillor Hunt was next, and then Councillor Mason.
Sorry, can I just check that Councillor Smythe was moving forward both proposals? Yeah.
Councillor Hunt, sorry.
All right. So this is one of those mountain meets Mohammed positions, isn't it? You know, everybody's stuck their heels in and nobody's budging, so something has to give. The truth of it is, this is a very important conservation area where millions of visitors go every year, and they expect to see a conserved Old Portsmouth. I am not going to die in a ditch over the new roof layout, which the applicant has moved to right to where the officers say they need to be. The colouring from the officers, I accept, is white, for every good reason. And the materials, we have to accept their professional view about materials in this very important location. With I think it's a Georgian building on a prominent corner site in one of the most historic parts of our city. So we have to look at this extremely carefully. So both parties, both sides have moved towards one another on that. It's absolutely clear to me that a glass balustrade located where it is utterly incongruous with with the recipient building, which is what this building is. I think it's a great pity that the applicant has not seen to move towards the officer's position on this and come up with a compromise. Whether or not it's railings or glass, the officers are very clear they don't want glass for the reasons that they have given. Down below you have the railings, the black railings. Perhaps if there were small black railings on top, I don't know, perhaps that would be more acceptable from a conservation point of view. It matters not one diddly squat what else is going on around on this important building, nor the damage caused by the Luftwaffe next door and the new housing that's gone up. I mean, we probably wouldn't give that planning permission nowadays, but it is a fact of life. So I have to support the officer's view on this. I wouldn't mind it being deferred, except for what you teased out earlier on, that everybody's dug their heels in, and it doesn't look like it's going to go any further than that. So deferring it today doesn't seem to me to be a sensible option because everyone's done all the talking. Therefore, it leaves us with the, because they've agreed the colour, they've agreed change, I hope they've agreed change in materials, or I'm not sure about that, but it's the balustrade, the glass balustrade, that is not acceptable, I think. and the officers are completely correct on that. So I will support the officers' recommendation on both recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Mason. Yeah, no, I put that down as a second.
Right. This is a difficult one, but I've been reading the section of the National Planning Policy Framework, December 2025, which is very, very firm on proposals affecting designated heritage assets. And so we've got to be very careful with this. This is grade 2 listed, it's a heritage asset, and so we've got to be exceedingly careful on that. There are various elements to this. The replacement of the 1970s building on top, I think that the applicants have done a very good job on that. It looks excellent. It is a good replacement for what was there, and I think that I'm fine with that. Colour, well, I agree that's subjective, but I would have hoped something which was the light grey, more in keeping with the roof, but that's a personal judgment, and obviously one would not die in a ditch for that. However, one comes to the glazing. It would catch the light, unfortunately. We've argued this on another building further up High Street a couple of years ago, and I felt then, as I feel now, that glazing on top of old buildings, catching light, really does detract from the quality of the building. And so I would agree with the officer's opinion on that. And so I would, perhaps reluctantly, suggest that we need to support the officer's recommendation, especially on the listed building consent.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Are there any other comments? Is there anyone? I can come back to you, Councillor Standen. Are you right? Do you want to withdraw that proposal, or you mean? You can propose something else, but it would need to be seconded, and we would need material planning reasons for it. Okay. Okay, any other comments on this? Okay, so we have one proposal in front of us from proposed by Councillor Judy Smythe, seconded by Councillor Lee Hunt, to support officers' recommendation for refusal of both planning permission and listed buildings consent. Do I have to do 2 votes?
Yes.
Okay, so let's take the planning permission first. So all those in favour of that proposal to support officers' recommendations for refusal? All those in favour? 4, 5. All those against? 2. And abstentions? 1 abstention. Okay. So that's 5, 2, 1. So now coming on to the second part, which is the application for listed buildings consent. All those who support the proposal in front of us to support officers' recommendations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on this one. All those against? 1 and 1, and any abstentions? 1 abstention. 1 abstention. So slightly different voting. Okay. Okay, that brings us to the end of this item. Thank you for coming and doing deputations, and thank you to the committee. Do we want to plough on, or do we need a comfort break? 5 minutes comfort break? Okay, 5 minutes. This one we'll do as a loo break, and then we'll have a longer one later on. Councillor Peter Candlish has arrived, and I missed the memo on you not arriving that time. So you are welcome now to join the committee.
Thank you, Chair. I sat out the last debate as I was not here at the beginning, but I will join from the start of the next.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're back live after our little break. I know I said 5 minutes and it was longer than 5 minutes, but let's get started again. So we're now on agenda item 6. I've had a request from somebody who is watching the meeting at home, who is saying that they're finding it difficult to hear. So can I remind people when there's... I expect so, Councillor Hunt. But can I just remind people when, I know it's difficult sometimes when you're reading something or whatever, if you can just get as near to your mics as possible, please. Okay, so agenda item 6 is 246 Havant Road, and I believe it is Simon who's presenting. Over to you. Oh, we did cover Councillor Candlish coming, but do
we
you
just
think...
need to check if he has any declarations,
declarations of interest.
Chair, for the avoidance of doubt, my name is Councillor Peter Candlish, and I have for Eastern and Cranes Water, and I have no declarations of interest to make. And
you are
apologise to the committee. I had another engagement that at the start of this meant I couldn't come at the beginning, and I am substituting for Councillor Chris Atwell at this meeting.
Welcome. Okay, over to you, Simon, now.
Thank you, Chair. This is an application at 246 Havant Road, the change of use of part of the ground floor and of the upper floor from a Class E commercial use to a 7-bed, 7-person house and multiple occupation, to include retention of part of the ground floor commercial unit in Class E, the installation of a new shop front, including residential and commercial access doors, the construction of a mansard roof, a rear terrace at ground floor level, and associated bicycle and refuse storage. The application has come to committee because of the number of objections received, and members may recall this application was one of 2 on Havant Road last autumn that was refused, and I'll show you a bit more on that in a moment. So we're east of Cosham Centre on the Havant Road on the south side in a parade of shops in a local shopping centre. Unusually, this site has access, vehicular access from the rear, which you can see in the Red Edge site. So it goes under the undercroft of number 33 to the south, and I'll just get the laser pointer, and provides access to one parking space in the southeast corner there. There's no change proposed to that arrangement. There's the application premises. Former bike shop across both floors. The mansard proposed is set down in the street scene there. That element was not part of the refusal last time. With respect to mixed and balanced communities for HMOs, there are no HMOs within the 50-metre radius currently. If approved, this would provide 1, leading to 2.5% of properties, well below the 10% threshold, which indicates a mixed and balanced community, so that it complies with policy. The existing site is the commercial Class E use. As it happens, it was a bike shop, but it could be other uses within that wide commercial use. Across 2 stories. Here are the previously refused plans. As I'm sure you've seen in the report, we've set out the reasons for refusal, but I'll just go over those again for you. This was for an 8-bedroom, 8-person HMO. I'll call it the 8th bedroom. There was a bedroom at the rear that had its own little terrace. Members found that objectionable, having to walk through the communal space to get to that. That was objection reason number 3. Objection reason number 1 was the reduction in commercial space in the local centre. The commercial space proposed was 22 square metres at the front here, with its rear back of house WC and a bit of storage space or whatever they wanted, kitchen. You'll see that is changed now. And parking demand was reason for refusal number 2, And then the technicality following on from any reasons for refusal was the impact on the special protections area habitats. So the amended plans now in front of you have removed what I call the 8th bedroom. So the communal space is now at the back with its own little amenity terrace and utility room. And the removal of that bedroom has also, so that deals with reason for refusal number 3. The first reason for refusal was the reduction in commercial space. Clearly there's still a reduction in commercial space, but this unit is now 34 square metres as opposed to previously, so is somewhat larger. So that is the applicant responding to members' concerns about the Class C commercial space in the local centre. Otherwise, you come in through the front door and there is some refuse storage area outside on the raised platform there. There's shared communal space to the rear. And then upstairs, 7 bedrooms, each with an ensuite, all generous in size, as set out in the report. Therefore, officers are happy that it complies with the size standards in the supplementary planning document, and a more subjective view of the overall layout and amenity offered in terms of space, configuration, outlook and light. Officers are happy with all of that in terms of the living conditions for the prospective occupiers. While I'm here, members may recall, because the rear wing faces onto the rear wing to the immediate east, which has a flat upstairs, a couple of the windows would have those vertical slats to direct the view away. Instead of straight out looking at the window opposite, it would direct you away from them to protect the amenity of the neighbouring occupier. There are the elevations with the new shop front, the mansard on top. To the rear, ostensibly the same layout with the same parking space, so no change there. What I would say on parking, though, that was one of the third substantial reason for refusal. There's no change to the application, but that was a reason for refusal last time. What didn't happen last time was there wasn't much appreciation of the existing demand at the commercial premises. The committee just looked at the demand for the proposed HMO and said it didn't meet the standard. But we need to obviously bear in mind the current demand at the site against the proposed demand of a future HMO. So this is a 2-storey Class E commercial premises that could return to commercial use, be it retail, a day nursery for children into the evening, a gym, a health facility, a restaurant or cafe, with their own parking demands. Members need to bear that in mind, please, as an offset against the prospective parking demand for a 7-person HMO located in a local centre with bus routes and walking or cycling distance to Cosham Centre, not far away at all. Some sections for completeness. This is the area where the rear outdoor bin store would be on a slightly raised area. There's next door to the east, so you can see the distance across, and it's the windows here, partly obscured by that growth, which would be with the vertical slats to direct the view away from the neighbour. That's the view across the courtyard, so that's the road to the south, Aldsworth Close, come under the Undercroft and park next to the tree. There's the parking there as existing, no change. Here we are in the kitchen window of the flat next door. That will be a frosted stair window. So it's this window on the left and the one just out of shot that would have these slats directing the occupier's view away from the next door flat that you're looking out of in this photograph. There's the Undercroft, there's the tree again. I think that is really summarising matters for you, members. And there was just, well, we've got lots of deputations, but there was one update in the supplementary matters report. We received one further neighbour objection, noting that the combined living space does not accord with the 34 square metres in the HMO SPD. Of course, with all the bedrooms well above the 10 square metres, some of them very much so, the combined living space actually may be as small as 22.5. It is in fact 31.9, so again that is a generous space for the number of occupiers proposed, plus the utility space. So all in all, officers are happy to recommend approval.
Thank you, Simon, for your presentation. We've got, excuse me, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deputations here. So the first one we will hear from is from Martin Diper, who's objecting. You have 6 minutes to speak.
Can I quickly say something? I'm the second deputation, and I'd just like to give all the time over to Martin. So I won't be giving a deputation on this item, and I won't be giving a deputation on Vernon Road to allow the residents to speak.
I just want to double check this. So if sorry, I can't remember your name again.
It's 6 minutes each
Henry
per person, so there's no sort of, if there's more people, you'd have to split the 12 between more people. So,
Yeah.
But you can't hand
give
over
your 6
from
minutes to someone else. Okay. All right. So does that mean you're not speaking on this one? Okay. Martin, off you go. 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, hopefully I won't take 6 minutes anyway. Now I'm here today representing my wife, who owns number 250A Havant Road, which is a property squeezed between HMOs proposed by Pompey Properties at numbers 246 and 252 Havant Road. So although number 246 is being considered here today, any decisions may have implications for appeals or proposals, future proposals for number 252. Now, by way of background, Drayton Cycles, a bicycle repair and retail shop, opened in 246 Havant Road in July 2015. But when the current developer purchased the freehold, they served notice on the Drayton Cycles to quit. At the same time, they put an application in to convert the premises to an HMO, leaving a very small retail unit. On 1st of October 2025, this committee refused that application, and then Drayton Cycles left Portsmouth as a result of the notice on November the 5th, with a loss of employment, valuable repair and retail services for the local community. Soon after, some building and demolition work started. Now, our objections are basically we're concerned that the loss of retail space and its conversion to residential would adversely impact our property, as well as the wider local centre. The current application is to reduce the commercial and or retail space from about 190 metres squared over 2 floors to 34 metres squared on the ground floor. That's reducing the ground floor commercial space from 98 square metres to about a third to this 34 square metres. That's very significant. Now, looking at policy, because that's what people are interested in, policy PCS 18 reads that development will help local centres to continue fulfilling their role, but must meet 3 criteria. And the last one is that above the ground floor, residential and offices use, getting my teeth in, residential and office uses will be encouraged, but not at ground floor level. Then the PLP 28.8 in the emerging plan continues this, reading that retail, commercial, leisure, cultural and service uses will be encouraged at ground floor level where there is market demand. So basically these policies seek to avoid loss of ground floor retail space. Now, policy PLP 28.7 states that development proposals that would result in the loss of a town centre use within the boundaries of an identified local centre will only be permitted after the premises have been marketed for 6 months, and this will need to show that there is no market demand for the premises in its existing use or for another retail, commercial, leisure, cultural and service use. So these policies are about maintaining a thriving centre. It's not just about appearances, it's not just about shop fronts, it's actually about having a local centre that is valuable for the local people, and it's a thriving one. Now, So far, at least, no evidence has been provided there is a lack of demand for retail use involving the whole of the ground floor. And indeed, the opposite applies. I mean, firstly, Drayton Cycles didn't want to leave. They were forced out on notice. And secondly, the evidence for the emerging local plan from a July 2024 town centres assessment found that vacancy at the Havant Road local centre was very low, and that no ground floor frontages were vacant. The policies and evidence is clear. The use of the ground floor must not be residential. I mean, to us, I guess the nub of the matter is whether it is acceptable in a designated town centre area for a developer to purchase a property where there's a successful business, throw that business out and start alterations, thus making it unlettable, all with the intention of converting it to residential use. If that is the case, then I think it bodes ill for the health of local centres. Just moving on to a couple of other matters quickly. Para 2.1 of the officer's report reads that to the east, the neighbouring building is set away by fenced-off side access. To be clear, the strip of land to the east that belongs to numbers 248 to 250 Havant Road has not been and is not an access. It's currently used to house refrigeration condensers for the grocery store at number 248. Moving on to Para 835, the officer's report. The land immediately to the south of number 248 is the sole open-air space for the first floor flats at 248A and 250A. That's not used for parking, and it's been used for barbecues, etc. The raised side bins terrace in the proposal overlooks this space, quite significantly impacting it. And you may want to note that the proposed commercial unit in 246 has no outside walls suitable for refrigeration or air conditioning condensers, and that could quite potentially limit the use of that site. In summary then, we object to this application. Coupled with the proposals at 252, it takes away too many businesses and reduces the viability of the east end of the local centre. It continues to overshadow the shared space for numbers 248A and 250A. So hopefully that gives you an idea of our objections. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin. And you were about 25 seconds within your 6 minutes, so that's great. I'm just checking with Henry. You definitely don't want to speak on this, okay? So we next come to Carrie-Anne Wells, who's the agent. You have up to 6 minutes, Carrie-Anne.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Oh, afternoon, actually, sorry. Afternoon, just.
Can you make sure that you're nearer your mic? Sorry. Thank you.
As members are all aware, at Apicore we work hard to stay at the forefront of any legislation changes to provide shared housing fully compliant with planning, building control and licensing regulations. All the items I represent today have been designed for both the applicants and with the end tenant in mind, with space standards exceeding requirement, all en suites and extras such as laundry rooms where space allows. 246 Havant Road, as has already been explained, has been refused previously. Since that decision, we've carefully reviewed each refusal reason and redesigned the property to directly address your concerns. The previous proposal was for an 8-bed HMO with a significantly reduced commercial unit. The revised scheme is now 7-bed, 7 people. The ground floor rear bedroom has been completely removed, and the retained commercial unit has increased. Members were concerned about the loss of commercial floor space and the impact on the vitality of Havant Road. We've responded to that directly by increasing the size of the retained unit. I note Mr Diaper has objected to the reduction of Class E space, but I wanted to point out that the upper floors are underutilised in many of these retail spaces, and actually converting them to residential brings footfall into the high street and also provides much needed residential accommodation. The revised proposal still keeps the active commercial frontage and now strikes a much better balance in line with policy PCS 18, utilising the upper floors for residential accommodation. Parking was another concern. Firstly, we've reduced the number of occupants from 8 to 7, so a slight reduction there. As Mr Turner pointed out, the Class E allows for a variety of uses, so it could be implemented over 2 floors, gyms, etc., which would provide much more significant car usage. So that the fallback position here really matters. The proposal reduces the commercial element to part of the ground floor only, so compared to the lawful position, the commercial activity that it could have and its parking demand, this could actually be reduced. There is 1 site space and full cycle storage. In terms of its location, this is about as sustainable as it gets. It's within the district centre, it's on Havant Road, which is the main bus route. The bus stop is about 35 metres away. Shops and services are immediately accessible. The government connectivity tool confirms high public transport, walking and cycling accessibility and very high shopping accessibility. This is exactly the type of location where reduced car reliance is expected under local and national policy. Highways raise no objection, and officers are clear refusal on parking grounds would not be defendable. The previous refusal identified concerns about the layout of bedroom 1. This bedroom has now gone. However, I do want to point out that this committee approved many bedrooms at the rear all over Portsmouth, and this was a very unusual reason for refusal. However, we've responded to that and removed the bedroom. All 7 bedrooms are now on the upper floors. All exceed 10 square metres. The smallest is 12.5 and the largest is nearly 30 square metres. The communal space is 31.9 square metres with the addition of a laundry room above that requirement. I know, again, that there was an objection late that's on the SMART that says it's not in requirement. I think Mr Turner has explained it's well in excess of requirement. Private sector housing raised no objection and the scheme is fully compliant with HMO, SPD and the local plan. And the applicant has agreed to secure the required mitigation through legal agreements, so that previous reason for refusal has also been addressed. In terms of the planning balance, the council cannot currently demonstrate a full 5-year housing land supply, and this proposal adds an additional residential dwelling. The revised scheme retains commercial frontage, could reasonably generate less parking demand than an unrestricted Class E, utilises underused upper levels of the building and providing much needed accommodation, exceeds Portsmouth HMO standards quite significantly, increases energy efficiency with the addition of solar panels and is in a highly accessible location. There have been no technical objections. We have listened, we have redesigned, and we've addressed each reason for refusal. The revised scheme is fully compliant with PCS 17, PCS 18, PCS 20 and PCS 23 and the HMO SPD. I respectfully ask that you support the officer recommendation and approve the application today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Carrie-Anne. The next deputation is from the applicant, who is James Oliver. You have up to 6 minutes, James.
Chair, members of the committee, this site is particularly well suited for this type of development. The layout of the building makes it ideal for conversion, and because it's already a commercial property, there is no loss of valuable housing stock for families. Looking at the plans, you will see that the rooms are generous, they create attractive and comfortable accommodation for future residents, and they still retain a commercial unit on the ground floor more suited for modern business usage. Our vision has been simple: to take a large vacant building in Havant Road and make it relevant for 2026 and beyond. Portsmouth North is home to major employers such as Queen Alexandra Hospital, North Harbour Business Park and BAE Systems. These organisations are growing and they need secure, high-quality accommodation for young professionals they attract. As the planning officer has shown, our scheme provides exactly that: modern homes that exceed minimum space standards with an all-inclusive rental model that offers stability and security at a time when it's most needed. This application represents a £700,000 investment into the Havant Road Centre. The development will be highly insulated, powered by rooftop solar panels and supported by advanced battery technology, making it one of the most energy-efficient schemes in the area. In short, this proposal will repurpose an empty building into high-quality homes, bring substantial investment into Havant Road Centre, support local businesses and help regenerate the area. An application on this site was turned down at committee on the 1st of October 25, against the recommendation of the planning officer. We currently have an appeal in progress and a costs appeal also running alongside. The members' reasons included the reduction in commercial space at ground level would negatively impact the viability and vitality of the Havant Road Centre. We have now made the ground floor commercial unit larger and have already had promising discussions with local businesses who would like to rent the space. The previous large space attracted rental figures which proved unsustainable for the previous occupant. As such, by reducing the size down, we feel more businesses will be able to afford the rent and the rates that would come with that. The second reason for refusal was the proposed layout of access for bedroom 1 through the combined living area for the residents. This would fail to provide a good standard of accommodation and appropriate layout for the proposed occupant. We have removed this bedroom and made the communal area larger. And the final reason for refusal was the increased parking demand. We all know the challenges of parking in Portsmouth. With this development, we are fortunate enough to provide one off-road parking space, which is unusual for Portsmouth. The demand for car parking from HMO tenants is relatively low, but the importance of cycle storage and public transportation is far more appealing to prospective tenants. Thankfully, this development provides affordable accommodation in a desirable location with excellent public transportation links, thus reducing the need for an expensive motor vehicle. We have gone away and addressed members' concerns with the exception of providing additional off-street parking, which is just simply not possible. It is my belief that if this application is turned down solely for the reasons of parking, then the probability of a successful appeal is very high. I would therefore respectfully ask you to support this application. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Okay, so I can't see Councillor Gardner here. So that was the only other person on the deputation. So we'll move to members' questions. Councillor Mason, straight in there.
2 questions. The first one concerning the commercial aspect of this. Where will the commercial enterprise place its rubbish? Because the rubbish collection appears to be from the residential area only. Question 2 concerns bedroom 7. Can we, by requirement, limit that to 1 person, because it is a very, very spacious bedroom for an HMO, and so it would obviously suit 2 people if 2 people were allowed in it.
Is it not a 7-person, 7-bedroom? Was that not said in the thing? I think that was clarified. It was 7-person and 7
I think we need to
bedrooms.
clarify that and make absolutely sure that it is only 7 persons.
Thank you, Councillor. On the refuse collection for the commercial, I'm not entirely sure if the shared bin store if the bin store to the rear is shared with the residential or not. If we could have the floor plans, please, Alison. Come on. There we go. That is certainly the bin store. The applicant may be able to assist, or the agent. This is certainly the bin store for the residents. I'm not sure if collection for the commercial would be on a more regular basis straight from the out of the shop front and the forecourt, or from whether or not there's any potential for storage in here. So I'm sorry, I don't know the answer to that question. With respect to occupation, you've referred to bedroom 7 being the biggest one. Yeah, there are 4 bedrooms that are big enough for 2 occupants, but the proposal, the development description is for a 7-person house, but belt and braces, we have a condition at the rear. We're not saying more occupiers may not be appropriate, but we haven't assessed it as such. We've assessed it, and members will assess it for 7 persons. So we've got condition 11, which restricts the whole premises to a maximum of 7 residents. So effectively, I think, answers your question.
Any other questions, members? Councillor Hunt.
Please may I be No, it's all right. Yeah, you've got to sort something out. Yeah. No, it's all right. Are you ready? You okay? Please may I be reminded about the parking arrangements, or otherwise?
Thank you, Councillor. So the premises has 1 parking space at the rear, accessed from the property and the road to the south through that undercroft and through their shared parking area. So no change to provision, but what members need to consider is the current site circumstances and what parking it could generate against the proposed potential generation of parking spaces. And that would depend on occupiers for both. The proposed occupiers of 7 people may or may not wish to bring a car to the area, but they have a good sustainable location with bus routes and walking and cycling distance to Cosham High Street, just about a mile away. If you wish to weigh that, you would need to weigh that up against the current potential use of the site, 2 stories of commercial space. There's no planning history with no restrictions on the use or the hours of occupation. So it's a Class E premises that could be used as a children's nursery, a gym, a shop, health facility, business offices, various uses that would have their own demand generated depending how people would want to come to those as employees or visitors.
And lastly, Mr. Turner, can I ask what's either side? Is it commercial properties either side and above, or are they homes above the commercial properties? Do you know?
Thank you. No. So on the left, on the east, we have a store, and on the right, the west, that's the aquarium type place, with elements of residential. Certainly to the west, as described earlier, sorry, to the east on the left-hand side here, there's a flat in the rear of the premises. I can't remember if there's a flat upstairs here, but commercial on either side.
Would I be right by saying that the shops along there mainly have flats or dwellings above?
I don't know, but it's a reasonable assumption.
Any other questions? Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Oliver mentioned that the development's going to be powered by solar. Is that obviously part powered, I take it, not fully powered?
I don't have details on that. It's not still a requirement. The new local plan is coming in with higher expectations on that, but for the moment still it will be building regulations that would control that matter.
Can I just come back to the waste thing, because I found a bit in the report, and I need, following up on what Councillor Mason said. So the storage of the HMO's refuse is located at the rear, but access from Havant Road. Get that. Commercial unit has a front door. Okay, so the proposal is that the commercial unit would use some kind of arrangement for waste collection, which would mean that it is kept within the unit and then taken out the front, is what I'm understanding from the officer's report.
Thank you, Councillor. Indeed, yeah. And I think the frequency of collection would depend on the arrangements, individual arrangements between the occupier and the council, or a private collector, if that's the case.
Okay, are there other questions from members? No, in which case we'll move to comments. Councillor Hunt.
All right. So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, is that the applicant has listened to the reasons for refusal last time, and they have actually made the commercial unit underneath bigger, slightly bigger, but bigger. I think that's correct, gentlemen. Is that, yeah, okay. And most local centres, I mean, at the end of the day, UK retail space is over-provided for, or commercial space is over-provided for now by about 40%. And buildings that languish get run down. And most local shopping centres, I listened to Mr. Diaper very carefully, most local shopping centres are typical with a shop underneath and dwellings above. This seems to make the buildings more viable. That seems to be the best setup for local shops. I also listened to the applicant, and he promised a very high standard of accommodation for a number of reasons that he gave, which aren't material planning considerations, but I suspect it's truthful. And the other thing I'm going to come to is the parking. So the officers have made it very clear. This is not a home going over to an HMO. This is a former commercial premises, and the officers have made very clear you could have some adverse uses going in there. All sorts of things could go in. So sometimes my view is be careful what you wish for. At least this is going, if we agree it, this is going to be a dwelling property, which makes the premises, brings the premises back into use, and provides a unit of accommodation, or a home, I think Ciaran said. So on this occasion, Carrie Ann said, sorry again. Ciaran sounds more poetic.
I'm sure she likes her own name.
I'm sure she
Councillor
does.
Hunt, and
I'm
if
sure
you
she
could
does.
make an
Anyway,
effort to
I beg your
use it.
pardon. I
Thank
beg
you.
your pardon.
Carry on.
So on this occasion and this particular HMO application, I'm going to move the officer's recommendations. I think if you're going to have an HMO anywhere, this would be a good one, and this would be a good place to have it. It doesn't really impact people. It provides dwelling above his shop. It brings the shop back into use, and indeed, I think will actually probably help to a minor degree the viability of the local shopping centre. That is my view. So I've moved the officer's report.
Thank you. Councillor Mason was first, and then I'll come to you.
I will second Councillor Hunt's proposal. Whilst I retain a certain concern about the removal of rubbish and waste from the commercial premises have been increased to a size where I think they will be certainly be viable. Also, I think the design of the ground floor is much improved on what we saw last time. It is a much improved application, and I think it is worthy of our support.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I just wanted, Councillor Valley, did you want to make a comment, or were you going to,
No, I just agree with both gentlemen who spoke before.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a point, following up on Carrie Ann's statement about the ground floor. I think sometimes we don't love the ground floor bedroom, but when we have to weigh up the particular planning considerations, we're kind of reluctantly forced to do it. I remember making a comment on this last time, and as soon as I saw the reapplication, I was very happy, because I actually think it's a far better design, and it's also far better for the people who are living in it. So I know we've only got change of use in front of us, but I actually think that's a really important part. And thank you to the applicant for addressing all of the reasons that we raised in the committee before. Are there any other comments? So I know we've got a proposal in front of us to move officer's recommendation for conditional permission. Chair. Oh, sorry, Simon.
Thank you, Chair. I thought it was important just to clarify the policy position, because it was gone through in some detail by Mr. Diaper. Thank you, just as a courtesy and for the record. So in retail centres, it's a balance between town centre uses and residential, and striking the right balance, which members have talked about just now. But to go back to PCS 18, the adopted policy, residential is encouraged at upper stories, but not encouraged at ground floor. That doesn't say you can't have it at ground floor, in this case at the rear, so there's not a conflict with the policy. And PCS 18 talks about the need to continue to provide top-up shopping, which this unit would do. And then with respect to the new emerging local plan, PLP 28, which continues the same themes about vitality and viability and function of local centres, it does accept that residential can exist in a local centre, balancing with vitality and viability of the commercial spaces. Mr. Diaper noted the requirement for marketing, but that is for the loss of commercial premises, not a reduction in size. So I just thought it was helpful to clarify that.
Chair, and just to add on that broader point, of course, we can't currently demonstrate a 5-year supply of housing land or have met the housing delivery tests. So our policies attract lesser weight where, due to the tilted balance, where residential proposals are put forward.
Thank you to both officers for clarifying those 2 points. So if there's no other comments or counter proposals, then we have one in front of us, a motion to support officers' recommendations for conditional permission, proposed by Councillor Hunt, seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those against? 2. And abstentions? 1. Okay. So that means that conditional planning permission is granted. Thank you. That brings us to the end of that item. Can we plough on? What was that? Can we stop the wind? Okay. Agenda item 7, which is 20 Wadham Road, and I think David is doing the presentation, so over to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Chair. So this is a proposal at 20 Wadham Road for the change of use of an existing Class C3 dwelling house to an 8-person, 8-bedroom sui generis HMO. So you can see the location of the property there on the left, so mid-terrace property, typical of the ones in the street, and the aerial view with the red line around the property that you can see there. There's a view of the property in the street, and as you can see, consistent with its neighbours in terms of the character and appearance of the area. So in relation to our policies in respect of mixed and balanced communities, this would be a new HMO, so if granted, would result in 5 of the properties within the 50-metre radius being HMOs, 5 out of 66 in this instance. 7.6%. Just in case you have a query as to why there's only 3 existing HMOs identified, which is the ones with the diamond shapes there. Number 30 Wadham Road is a HMO under the Section 257 of the Housing Act. So that's not a HMO in what we typically understand, i.e. in a number of unrelated individuals sharing a single property. It's in actual fact a property that's been subdivided prior to modern building regulations. So the most likelihood is that number 30 is actually a one-up, one-down flat in the Victorian building, most likely a pair of either 1 or 2 bed flats. But due to the nature of that part of the Act, Section 257, they're logged as HMOs. For the purposes of counting, but they are not, in effect, occupied by a series of unrelated individuals under the typical definition of a HMO, just to explain that point. In terms of the existing layout, very typical of these properties, so 3-bed terrace with the rear wing projecting out to the back, and its appearance as much as you would expect. So the property will be extended and extensively remodelled. The extensions are undertaken under permitted development and include rear extension as shown there, and then the loft will be converted and extended, both again under permitted development. In addition, the interior of the property is extensively remodelled to provide the space. So in terms of what that means for layout, so on ground floor we have 3 separate ensuite rooms that you can see there. The kitchen diner set in the middle with access out of the double doors and an outlook out onto the side and into the rear yard. Excuse me. Moving up to the first floor, again 3 further ensuite rooms shown there, and then within the loft space created by the loft extension we have further 2 ensuite rooms and a utility, which would be in addition to the combined living space. So the combined living space on the ground floor complies with our standards. Under our adopted HMO SPD, that does include a combined living space in terms of its definition: kitchen, living, dining, utility, laundry. So the utility laundry up on the 2nd floor is in addition to the space on the ground floor, which does already meet our standards in itself. Just moving on, so these are the alterations that take parts of the property. And again, just a reminder that the proposal is purely for the change of use of the property, because that's controlled via the, because that requires planning permission going from C3 to a sui generis HMO, but the extensions itself can be undertaken without needing planning permission. And just finally, in terms of layout of the site, if we could just move on to the next slide. So there's a modest exterior area available for residents. The store at the back that can be used for cycle storage and condition is proposed, and then bin storage to the front courtyard as existing. And just on the right, the cross-section shows how the necessary ceiling heights will be delivered to comply with the guidance. And finally, just some photos showing the rear of the property with the existing light well and the rooms at the back. Whilst the property is north facing, if we just go back to the elevations, that bedroom, if you just go back to the elevations, so we got, so you can see bottom left, that bedroom will have a full height window, and we're satisfied with the light and outlook from that particular window. So having considered the proposals against our policies, we're satisfied that it complies with our adopted guidance and planning policies. The application comes to us due to the number of objections and a call in from Councillor Simpson, and there are no updates in the SMAT for this instance, and so the application is recommended for approval, Chair.
Thank you, David, for that report. So going on to the deputations, Henry's not, yes? Take that one out. So we go to Carrie-Anne Wells next from...
Sorry, I wanted to...
Oh, sorry. I thought you said you went
it was
on
this
a couple.
it was Fernham Road.
Beg your pardon. Carrie-Anne, stand down. And Henry, you have 6 minutes starting now.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and I just wanted to say hello and to introduce myself back again. I am a resident of Oriel Road, which is the neighbouring road to this application, and on behalf of the residents, about 4 years ago I instigated a petition for this road, Shadwell Road, Oriel Road, Ophir Road and Wadham Road, which had about 400 houses objecting to the increase in the number of HMOs. This area has literally gone from no HMOs to approaching the 10% along its entire length in a lot of the areas. And I also helped form the Oriel Road Residents Association, which was an informal group that became formal so that it could lodge planning objections. In regards specifically to this application, and a lot of these points apply to Oriel Road, so I won't repeat them with the next one, I want to object on the following grounds. One is crime. The second one is licensing and HMO management and the issues that it's caused on the community within this 50-metre circle already. And the third one that I would like to comment on is data accuracy, which I've noticed they were already starting to clarify. In terms of crime, crime is a material planning consideration. We keep being told this. The question is, there's no point it being a material planning condition if you're not going to utilise it or use it. Just acknowledge that there is an increased rate of crime. This HMO specifically sits within an area that has had stabbings, racial tension, car raids. There's been issues with drugs, antisocial behaviour and mismanagement of HMOs. In fact, to the point where at the moment I have a case with the Criminal Prosecution Service about assault on me personally due to a resident of a HMO within this area. This was unprovoked and linked to racial tensions, and this is not good for the community. So I think the community has had enough of it. I did specifically say in my officer's report that I wanted them to consider crime and to talk to the police and to get accurate data so that it could be considered, and they haven't done it. We've then got issues with HMO licensing. So HMOs, we're told, are habited by professionals and it's all lovely, which is the not standard deputation, but the reality of the fact within this area, within one of those 3 HMOs, is that HMO was incorrectly built, incorrectly managed, it's been under interim care orders from the council, it's gone through multiple agents as it hides and dodges it. I'd love to know whether anyone in this room can tell me how many people have had their HMO licences removed by Portsmouth City Council. I am tempted to do a freedom of information request to find that out, but I suspect it's none. And it's poor standards of housing, there's been the windows hanging off, and there's no community cohesion. My third point, before I run out of time, is that your decisions are based on the accuracy of the data that's provided to you. And in this case, the accuracy of the data is, in my opinion, very questionable. They've raised Section 257 HMOs, which is an interesting project, but if you look on the council database, there's only 170 of them in the city, and none of them are more than 2 years old, and there is no transparency in any other Section 257 flat. If we take this road specifically, the data presented to you presented the flat, which is one HMO according to the HMO register, but for calculating percentages it's two. I just want to clarify, because I don't think I was concise with that. The flats should be considered as one property and one HMO. To consider them as two properties and two HMOs is against the licensing database that you've got, which doesn't look at it in that way. We've also got the point that I kept repeatedly raising with Councillor Hunt in this one, when we were looking at planning considerations. There are, within that 66 HMOs, 16 of those properties, or in effect affecting 32 addresses, are subdivided houses already. So we've already lost the community feel, we've already lost the family housing stock. We should be looking at this as 50 properties, not as 66. And when we start to do that, then basically we're in a situation where we're only allowed 1 to 2 more HMOs within the area. I personally think if I was sitting in your shoes, I would be wanting a review of the data, a review of the Section 257 houses, because the reality is, of those 16 addresses that are double addresses, so the 32, if more than 2 of them are required to have Section 257 orders, then this HMO shouldn't be going ahead. I have approached Fareham Borough Council to try and get the data, and as always, I get no response, and it isn't publicly accessible. So the officers have to do that. Most of these, as you can tell, do require Section 257 compliance, because when you look through the windows, you can see the nice ornate ceilings and everything else, which means it's highly unlikely they comply with building control. So I'd like it reassessed on the data accuracy of the HMO database, and I would like it reassessed on the purpose of crime. That's all I've got to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Henry. And that was with 5 seconds to go, so well done. Good time.
I've got a clock.
Okay, so thanks for your deputation. The next deputation is from Carrie Ann, who is the agent. You have up to 6 minutes, Carrie Ann.
Thank you. So this application has been called to committee due to concerns around overdevelopment, infrastructure and harm to the local amenity. If approved, this HMO will still be comfortably under the 10% threshold. It does not sandwich a see-through property, and it does not sit directly adjacent to another HMO, so on the density text, it fully complies. Concerns have been raised about overdevelopment and the internal layout. All 8 bedrooms have a single occupancy and all exceed the 10 square metre minimum. Smallest is 10.8 and others range up to 17 square metres, and all bedrooms in addition have their own ensuites. The communal kitchen living space is 26 square metres, which exceeds the 22.5 requirement. There is also a separate 5.5 utility room and laundry room on the 2nd floor, which we find appeals to tenants for washing and drying of clothes away from the communal area. Private sector housing raises no objection. This is a spacious, policy-compliant layout and fully accords with the HMO SPD. Importantly, the property benefits from rear access via an alleyway, which makes it particularly attractive for keen cyclists. A secure cycle store will be proposed in the rear garden. Rear access is a genuine practical benefit. Residents can store and retrieve bicycles without bringing them through the house, which actively encourages sustainable transport. This is exactly the type of property and location where reliance on private vehicles is reduced. Officers also note that an 8-person HMO is unlikely to generate materially more parking demand than a large family household, particularly one with adult children. The house utilising the development works of the Lofton extension to add the Lofton extension, would be a large 5-bedroom house, and with adult children at home is more likely to have increased car usage to that of HMO tenants, who are widely accepted to have lower levels of car ownership. A refusal on parking grounds would not be defendable at appeal. Members may remember the appeal allowed at Twyford Avenue, and there's also a number of applications with respect to regarding committee refusal on parking grounds that are due imminently. In regards to the planning balance, as has been mentioned before, the tilted balance applies here because the council cannot demonstrate a full year housing supply, and this contributes, albeit minor contribution, towards providing additional housing and rooms, additional housing type. The proposal is below the 10% threshold, exceeds space standards, is in an accessible location, provides proper cycle storage with rear access, raises no objection from highways or private sector housing, and has secured the required mitigation. I wanted to pick up on a couple of concerns that Henry had. Policy states C4 HMOs within 10% density test. A recent appeal concerning C3B was allowed appeal and cost award in that case because this is not what your policy states. You're considering HMOs only. So I know he's talking about section 257s, but that's not what the policy states. Henry notes a fear of crime, and it's not reasonable to suggest, I don't think that a resident of HMO is any more likely to commit a crime than any resident of a C3 family home. People move into these properties, and from my chats with tenants, they want to be accepted as part of the community and not assumed to be somebody who's going to stab somebody as soon as they move into the house. I am sympathetic to Henry's issue if he's had an issue with a HMO tenant, but I do know which property he is concerned about. It is not managed by Applecor, nor is it managed by a responsible agent or landlord, and owners of well-managed HMOs should not be assumed to be acting in the same manner. This particular HMO is fully compliant with PCS 17, PCS 20 and PCS 23. For all of those reasons, I respectfully ask that you support the officer recommendation and approve the application today. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie-Anne. I now come on to the applicant, who is Ruben Wincott. Ruben, you have up to 6 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Chair, Councillor, thank you. I'll keep this very direct. Portsmouth already has HMOs. This isn't the debate. The real question is who should be delivering them. Because there's a world of difference between a poorly run HMO and one that is properly built, properly managed and invested in the long term. This is a terrace property, and I understand the sensitivity to shared walls, close neighbours. In this setting, management is everything. We don't outsource our management, we don't outsource our building, we don't outsource our responsibility. We self-build our HMO, we project manage them directly, and at any given time we have up to 10 tradespeople working with us and for us, all local. Every project we undertake puts serious money back into the Portsmouth economy. Roughly £200,000 per project flows straight back into the local trades, local suppliers, local merchants and local businesses. We are not extracting value from Portsmouth, we are reinvesting into it. I'm 30 years old, I'm a second generation landlord myself. I live locally, I lived in a HMO myself. This isn't a remote investment vehicle, this is my full-time business and long-term reputation. If something goes wrong, it comes to me. Now, in planning terms, this application does not change the external character, does not visually alter the street, and complies with the internal standards. It remains a residential building in a residential street. What it does do is provide high-quality shared accommodation in a city where affordability is a real issue. Many HMO residents are not just students, they are young working professionals, naval personnel, key workers, and people priced out of one-bedroom flats. If we restrict well-managed HMOs in established areas, we don't remove demand, we push it to lower quality stock with unreliable management and poorer tenant vetting. Our model is about raising standards. We invest heavily in energy efficiency, solar panels, air source heat pumps, modern insulation, and we aim for A energy rated property on the back end that reduces carbon emissions and directly reduces tenants' energy bills long term. That aligns with environmental policy and tackles fuel poverty at the same time. But I want to come back to something simple. Terrace streets don't suffer because of shared housing, they suffer because of neglect, because of absentee ownership, because of poor management. We are the opposite of that. We build properly, we manage directly, we employ locally, and we reinvest locally, and most of all, we stay accountable to our neighbours and our tenants. If shared housing is part of Portsmouth housing's mix, and it clearly is, then it should be delivered by people who are embedded in this community, not investors behind spreadsheets. This application meets policy, but beyond policy, it represents responsible local investment. So the decision isn't simply about whether another HMO exists in Portsmouth, It's about whether it's delivered by an absentee investor or a local operator who builds properly, manages properly, employs locally and reinvests locally. We are here, we are invested, we will still be here tomorrow, and we will still be here in 10 to 20 years investing in Portsmouth and the surrounding area. I respectfully ask you to fully support the responsible local delivery of housing and approve this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation, Reuben. We now come to Councillor Russell Simpson, who's a Hilsey Ward member.
Thank you, thank you,
just to remind you, you have up to 6 minutes as well.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will.
Councillor
Has it started yet, my 6 minutes? Hopefully not. Okay. Yeah, restart it. Right. So thank you, Chair, Planning Committee and local resident Henry Thorpe for his deputation, which I'm hoping to reinforce. As many of you know, I have read multiple deputations over the last 3 years. To a point, you would call me the 11th Planning Committee member, unofficially, of course. And with many of those deputations, I can easily say that half have been in 4 roads: Ophir, Shadwell, Oriel and Wadham Road. Unfortunately, a majority of these applications in this area have been successful, but with that success comes consequences. As many residents have pointed out in their comments, the impact of converting a 3-bedroom family home into an 8-bedroom ensuite would increase parking, would change the fabric of this community, and will add further woe to NHS dentists and doctors within the area, because you are adding 4 to 5 more additional adults than normal. But today, the area I want to emphasise on is antisocial behaviour, as Henry Thorpe has already pointed out, but I want to reinforce it. Here I have a letter. It is evidence, and I don't know if it's allowed to be put round, but I'd hope the committee can see it. It's from the neighbourhood policing team. Community survey: we have recently been made aware of issues where you live. We're working hard to tackling crime and antisocial behaviour, but need your help to identify where to place our resources. Please could you take the time to complete the short survey. This went out last week in all the roads named above from the police, where they also door knocked. In the last year, all of these roads have had endless antisocial behaviour, be it armed response, stabbing, probation serve, PCC interim management orders, immigration control, and recently racial discrimination. This is not the first time I've mentioned this to this committee, and I'm greatly concerned adding more HMOs, especially one of this size, will only increase the impact it's currently having. 2.11 of the National Planning Policy Framework under Amenity of Neighbours and Local Occupiers notes that planning policies and decisions should ensure that developments will function well and add to the overall quality of the area and create places that are safe, inclusive and accessible, and which promotes health and well-being with a high standard of amenity for existing and future users. Now, in this report, our own report under 8.2, it also says impact on neighbouring living conditions. It mentioned this policy as well as the matter of mixed and balanced communities above. Further details concerning neighbour amenity are contained within PCS 20 and the SPD. The SPD seeks to ensure that the amenity and standard of living environment of neighbours and occupiers is protected, which then leads me to our own policy amendment in our local public policy. In accordance with policy PCS 23, the City Council will seek to refuse applications for HMO development where such development would fail to protect the amenity and the provision of a good standing of living environment for neighbouring and local occupiers. Also in accordance with PCS 20, the City Council will seek to refuse planning applications for HMO uses, C4, genre, where a community is already imbalanced by existing HMO uses or where granting the application would create an imbalance. Committee, residents and I believe, because of the increase in ASB from the influx of condensed HMOs in this area, that this does impact the provision of a good standing of living environment for residents and creates further imbalance to our community. So therefore, under PCS 20 and PCS 23, this application should be refused based on our own local policy standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. And last but not least is Councillor Richard Adair from Nelson Ward.
Thank you very much,
have
Chair.
6 minutes.
Thank you. On the 4th of this month, I made a deputation over an HMO application in Beresford Road. And here I am, just over 2 weeks later, making yet another deputation on behalf of residents living in Wadham Road. And I have no doubt that in the months to come, I will be making further such deputations. Wadham Road forms a boundary between Nelson Ward and Hilsey Ward. The application is on the Hilsey side of the road, And as the two wards are separated by feet, I make this deputation to reflect the feelings of the residents I represent. As we are heading towards local elections in May, I have been door knocking in the Gladys Avenue triangle, covering houses between Gladys Avenue and London Road. This area contains many large houses, and a number of which have already been converted into HMOs. On the doorstep, residents spoke about a number of issues, but of overwhelming concern was the spread of HMOs. One theme that soon became apparent is the residents' feelings of powerlessness to halt the relentless spread of HMOs. Residents told me that no matter how valid reasons they put forward for refusal, their views are completely ignored. Residents say that they have ploughed their life savings into their forever homes, only to find that the house next door or close by is become an HMO. And no matter how strongly they object, the application is almost certainly granted permission. I particularly remember a doorstep encounter recently with Mr. Angry whilst canvassing. After introducing myself, I was met with a torrent of abuse and felt in genuine danger of being assaulted. He demanded to know why Portsmouth City Council have given permission for an HMO close to his address. He said that concerned residents had mounted a petition against the development. So, how could the council go against the wishes of so many residents? When he calmed down a little, I explained that the local planning committee were bound by rules set by central government, and compliant HMOs were difficult to stop, and the powers of the planning committee have been reduced to those of a scrutiny panel. In the last deputation, I spoke of residents' objections being the usual suspects. This doesn't mean that they lack imagination to come up with more original objections, but this shows the passion with which they hold their core objections. Parking is frequently raised as a significant concern, and if you have ever visited the roads off Gladys Avenue in the evenings, you will see exactly what I mean, as the roads are absolutely chock-a-block and there's very little parking for residents. Residents are concerned that an 8-person HMO can only make a bad situation even worse, particularly as this is not a residents' parking zone. The loss of a family home is frequently mentioned as one of the reasons for objections, and I remember one person describing this as being like a Halloween pumpkin, where the insides are scooped out and they're replaced by plasterboard and partitions. These alterations mean that the house will never return to its former use as a family home. Many residents accepted the need for affordable homes in the form of starter homes. Whilst canvassing, I would frequently come across men and women in their 30s and 40s still living with their parents due to extortionate rents and the difficulty in getting on the property ladder. But despite this, they do not see HMOs as the answer. Concerning this application, I note that 2 of the 8 rooms are just above the room standard size. Residents mentioned most of the usual reasons for objections and emphasised the unacceptable strain that this will put on parking, GP and dental services, and the loss of yet another family home, which was never intended to accommodate 8 people. In addition, the residents would be subjected to weeks of disruption in the form of workers' vans being parked in the road, skips arriving and being taken away, delivery of building materials, as well as noise and disruption associated with the works. This is a massive overdevelopment of a former family home and will change the character of the road, and I ask this committee to reject the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Adair. That brings us to the end of the deputations. So we'll go to questions. I'm going to use Chair's privilege to jump in first. I'd quite like us to have some advice from officers about this question about antisocial behaviour and planning. My understanding is it can be a material planning consideration if it's about the design and the layout of the building, I mean, it might be a bit of a grey area to tease this out, but it can't be about future behaviour of potential residents, because I just feel that I just think we need to be clear about this. There seems to be a bit of a conflation between future residents and HMOs. Notwithstanding the fact that there's antisocial behaviour across the city and that the police, may do surveys and everything, because I know I've seen them myself. But I just want us to have some advice around what we're dealing here as a planning committee. Just some clarity on that, please.
Yes, sure. Thank you, Chair. So very much antisocial behaviour is potentially a material consideration in relation to any planning application. So it's a valid matter for you to consider. Even just the fear of that is potentially a material consideration for you to consider. The issue is how material it is then to your decision. So the reason that the council's adopted the policy that it has is because it identified where there is a significant over-concentration of HMOs. There was some evidence to demonstrate that there were some of these harms that you've seen alleged. It's worth noting, and you'll have seen in other applications, that the levels that HMOs had reached in certain parts of the cities were, at 1 in 2, around 50%. So that's why our decisions, the council made the decision to, in effect, limit the impacts of that by having a limit for going forward on the number of HMOs within a particular radius at 10% of 50 metres. What we don't have is any evidence that at these lower levels, where we're below the 10%, of the antisocial behaviour and the matters that you've alleged. So our evidence in the HMO SVD is all about where there's a high concentration and we're well above the 10%. What we don't have is any evidence that suggests that where the levels are below the 10%, which is our policy, that these automatically result in antisocial behaviour and harms to the surrounding residents. So whilst it's relevant, what we don't have is the evidence that suggests that the people who occupy this unit will automatically cause ASB in the surrounding area. And just to comment on the community survey that's been distributed, that's the police seeking information about the community. There's no indication in that it's driven by. Can I finish? There's no indication that is driven.
Can we let the officer finish
Chair,
their point?
respect has been shown for everyone else who's
Yes.
been speaking
Yes.
during the meeting, so I would appreciate it if it's shown to myself as well. Thank you.
Absolutely, I was about to say that, but carry on.
So there is no indication in that information that that's driven by any particular use or occupation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further questions for officers? Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Both Mr Thorpe and Councillor Simpson have mentioned that residents have concerns over antisocial behaviour. Mr Thorpe also mentioned that he believes that officers haven't reached out to the local police. I was wondering if there's an obligation for officers to liaise with the police when producing reports and recommendations?
So that would be where there's a reasonable evidence that there may be an issue with matters that the police may be concerned with. So again, our evidence doesn't support that where additional HMOs are provided and we're below the 10%, that there's an automatic impact on the community in terms of those antisocial behaviour issues. So no, we wouldn't have an obligation in this particular instance to consult with the police. And likewise, the police hasn't advised us directly that they want to be consulted on future HMOs in these areas.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up question?
Well, I think the evidence there speaks for itself. Residents that live in the area have real concerns. I think perhaps once we have the results to this census that's gone round, it'd be interesting to see what the results are. And maybe we will have to liaise in future if there are concerns.
Any other questions? Councillor Smythe and then Councillor Hunt.
I've recently been liaising with the community police in Southsea, and I specifically asked them a question about HMOs in areas which are already well over the 10%, and it wasn't something that they raised as a concern. And I think that would be the reason why, and my question on that would be that I'm sure if it was something that was very clearly clearly associated with crime, wouldn't the police then take an interest themselves?
Rhetorical question. Rhetorical question. Yes. Are there any other questions? Councillor Hunt, sorry. Can you put your mic on, please, and can you get near it?
Yes, I got caught out there, didn't I? When I come back to the report, when we look at the 5.2 from the Highways team, they report that there is a potential for additional parking pressure resulting from the development, but this is a matter for residential amenity, and it's up to us to think about that. What is the parking standard, and does this application meet the car parking standard, Mr. Hodges, or is there a under provision of about a half a car?
Let me just take you to the relevant bits of the report, Chair. So, right. So, in 8.26, we rehearse the relevant standards. So, the standard for the existing 3-bed house would be 1.5 spaces.
8.26, you mean?
Yeah.
8.6?
8.26.
8.25 is highways and parking, and 8.26, page 70 of your pack.
Carry on.
You happy to carry it?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Hodges.
That's okay. Yes, so para 826, so that identifies that the parking standard in our guidance for a C3 3-bed dwelling house would be 1.5 spaces, and then the parking standard for the proposed HMO would be 2 spaces. In this particular instance, we go on to examine what the SPD says in relation to where sites are of what we call high accessibility. So that's within a short walk of a defined town centre in the local plan and a short walk of a high frequency bus corridor. So this particular site meets both those criteria, and then under the guidance that we've adopted, that allows us to consider a parking standard that's below that in the document. Sorry, so just to confirm, our view is that it complies with the parking standards. Thank you.
Ed, one more. Not that I want to get a massive debate about this, but around the 257s, much of Nelson Ward and other streets are subdivided, one flat above the other, or maisonettes, and very often, this is raised by Mr. Thorpe, very often 3 flats in one of these large houses. Now, Mr. Thorpe only had 6 minutes, and I don't want a massive debate this morning, but is it really serious that we would go round and then suddenly classify all of these properties as HMOs?
So we're not going to solve the issues of the 257 Housing Act today, I'm afraid. What we're doing is relaying what it says in our adopted document. So what our adopted document says, when we're counting HMOs within the 50-metre radius, we will count properties identified under 257 as HMOs. The explanation given today is just to highlight the fact that you're looking at a scheme that's it would have up to 8 occupiers in a single building. What we're trying to clarify is that in this particular instance, the property that's identified a HMO is most likely 2 flats within a single building, but isn't occupied in the same manner. But for the purposes of accounting in the Act, yes, it counts as a HMO.
So in fact, you've been very harsh on the counting. You've added in things which you probably feel you don't really need to add in.
Yes, yeah, and in actual fact, also we've counted it as 2 individual properties when the technical assessment is that the original building. So if number 30 is 30A and 30B, a flat up and above and below, we've counted those as 2 units within the HMO count. Technically, it is just the building, the original number 30, which is licensed as a HMO. So in actual fact, yes, the figure that you've got is higher than it could legitimately be done.
Thank you. I think that's very clear. So the officers have looked at these, Chair. Sorry, I'll come to my comments.
Any other questions from any members? So we'll go to comments. Do you want to carry on, Councillor Hunt?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I know that this is a really emotional debate. The truth of the matter is that if we really want to address the proliferation or otherwise of houses of multiple occupancy in our communities, there is not that much that a local planning authority can do. It's completely true what Councillor Adair says, and we all know this. Doesn't matter what we spin on the doorsteps to people. But the government would have to change the law and the national planning policy framework, which, gentlemen, I believe is silent on HMOs, so that we rely on room sizes, in particular, parking, and all these other peripheral policies around what is or isn't an HMO. So it needs to be addressed by members of Parliament rather than a local authority, the planning authority, which, frankly, for use of an Anglo-Saxon word, has been castrated by successive governments, and in particular this government, which is looking to pass all these sorts of decisions to planning officers. And they'll do their best, I am sure, if and when that happens. On the 257s, we have to take our hat off to the officers. They've looked at this, they understand the committee's position. And I think then to come and whack them, because they've actually done what we've wanted to do, when they didn't have to do it, which is to count one flat above another flat, not as one HMO, and it doesn't even have to be in the count. But they've actually put it in for us as 2. And then this occasion, they have done that twice to create 4 plus the other HMOs. So please, let's not have a go at officers on this, because it's completely unfair. We have to concentrate on, as you would say, on the planning matters at hand. I turn to crime now. Crime is a material planning consideration. There has been a murder in this road. I know the vague circumstances of it, but it in no way relates to the use or otherwise of an HMO. It is where 2 people were living, a family were living, and it's the most unfortunate set of circumstances. So then to sometimes come here and extrapolate that as a problem around an HMO is utterly absurd and utterly unreasonable. Let us stick to planning matters as best as we can. I do accept that in some areas where there are concentrations of HMOs, the antisocial behaviour is a problem, and this is a fact. I know it. I don't ignore it. In this particular matter, we are below the parking standards. It is my view, and as described by Councillor Adair, parking is an absolute premium. The Highways team invites us to consider whether that is or is not a matter for residential amenity. And for me, wherever it is in the city, not just here, wherever it is in the city, parking is a big problem. And I hear what the officers say, and I balance that against my thinking about the proximity to buses and others, and walking, and the local shopping centre. People bring cars with them, or vans, or whatever. They really do. And if you've got a bunch of tradies going to go live in this house, they'll all have works vans with them, because that's what happens. So I want to reject the proposal on the grounds of parking. As I have described, it's 0.5 underneath the parking standard. There is also the impact on GPs and so on, but these will be thrown out by the planning inspector, and they will invite us, and it will invite upon the council taxpayer a charge for the consideration by the planning inspector, and this bill is growing. So I believe that if we have a shortfall in parking, we can properly say to the planning inspector there was a shortfall in parking, we considered that against the adverse impact on residential amenity, and we can justify that at the very least so that we might avoid any subsequent charge from the planning inspector, which is paid for by council taxpayers. So there you are, I've done it. I don't know whether I'll get a seconder, but we'll see.
So, I believe that Councillor Cordy was marginally before you, Councillor Smythe. Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, crime is a material consideration in this area, and also the fear of it, as we've been told by the officers themselves today. I think it's quite evident from Mr. Thorpe's speech today that as a member of a local residents association, that the residents are in fear of crime and antisocial behaviour. We also have an under provision of parking, so I would like to second Councillor Hunt's recommendation.
Thank you.
So may I? Sorry, Councillor Smythe. I presume he wants me to put crime in as well.
Yeah. So I was about to come.
Yeah. All right then.
And the fear of crime.
But it has to be stacked up, and we have to have the evidence for it. And I'm not sure where the evidence is, but maybe we'll come to it again in a minute. This is going to take some time, I think. I'm so sorry, Councillor Smythe. Perhaps, Chair, you might intervene and go back to the officers and say, is the speculative fear of crime surrounding...
I was going to come to the wording, because we need to make sure that we've got the right wording. The wording on the parking, I think you've come up with. So the fear of crime is a material planning consideration. Is that a particular set of words that we can use?
Chair, so our professional advice is that we don't have any faith in either of those reasons as being defendable. You'll see from the report that we've concluded that the parking provision complies with our own guidance, so we're arguing against our own guidance here because we're in an accessible location where we don't need to meet that standard because of the accessibility of the site. And in terms of the second, it's just that there's just a complete lack of evidence that we'll be able to put in front of an inspector to support those reasons. So we don't recommend either reason for refusal, I'm afraid.
Maybe we'll come back to the wording in a minute. I'll let Councillor Smythe speak first.
Well, on comments and therefore decisions, I would like to support the officer's recommendation to give this planning permission. In fact, this is a better HMO than some of the ones we give permission to. It's got a back access. Cycles can get in without going through the kitchen, which is something we're always concerned about. And the rooms are of a good size, adequate size. I'd just like to remind people that this is part and parcel of our very strict policy to only allow 10% within a 50-metre radius, and that as soon as any property moves into an area where there's more than 10% in a surrounding area, they will be refused, and I would uphold that reason for refusal, because what we're aiming for is mixed and balanced communities, which means that we will have some shared houses occupied by people who are not related, alongside family houses and so on and so forth. I live in an area that is already full up in many respects, depending on which of my neighbours' houses you take to measure this against, and there are certainly a lot of these two or three bedroom, 2 or 3 flat conversions as well. Brought my family up there, lovely place to live, convenient to shops, convenient to public transport, to the extent that many people can do without a car. I understand that we have parking problems in Portsmouth, but I would urge people to look towards the long-term vision for the city, which is one where it's healthy and safe and easy to walk and use cycles so that we can reduce atmospheric pollution and make our city a green and pleasant place in which to live. So those are all the reasons which put together I would like to remind people of when we, as I hope we will, approve this application and support the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Cordy.
I mentioned the effect on the housing waiting list and the number of people who do make the first step on the housing ladder and HMO, and where they're well run, of course, that is very welcome.
Okay. Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair.
You got some words?
During Mr Thorpe's speech earlier, he mentioned that there were 400 signatures from local residents saying no more HMOs, and I believe two of the reasons behind this was fear of crime and fear of antisocial behaviour. So I think 400 signatures from locals could count as evidence there.
Chair, that's not been submitted in relation to this application, and we've got an anecdotal referral to it being submitted in relation to another HMO application, which we've got no details of. So, as evidence, that's extremely poor, I'm afraid. I would not put that in front of an inspector, because they would likely dismiss it because it's not related to the current application.
Okay. Okay. So, is there anyone else? I don't really want to get a debate about antisocial behaviour, to be honest. Is it? No, I'm sorry, Carrie-Anne. Whilst I might be interested, I think we just got to keep this to the planning committee now, and answer questions and share opinions. Otherwise, we'll be going back to everyone who's done a deputation, and it will end up being a discussion rather than a decision for the planning committee, which it is. Okay, I think someone else had that. Was that Councillor Mason? You had your hand up.
I will second Councillor Smythe's proposal. We accept the officer's recommendation. I can see nothing which would stand up as an objection to this planning application. Okay, we do know that many people who commit crimes live in houses of multiple occupation. We also know that many people who commit crimes live in other houses. Yes, I wasn't aware that Lord Mandelson lived in a house in multiple occupation. I doubt it very much. So I think we've got to be rational about this. There is nothing to suggest that a well-maintained house in multiple occupation, well-designed, meeting the modern planning requirements, which this committee pushes as hard as it can, is any more likely to produce antisocial behaviour than any other type of building. And so I don't think that that's really would stand up to close examination. So we have to look at what we've got in front of us, which is a very well-designed house in multiple occupation. All the rooms are of an adequate size. All the rooms have en-suite facilities. All the rooms are easy of access. There is a rear access to this property. This, I think, is one which meets our standards. And so I second the proposal that we accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Hunt.
Right. Let's not kid ourselves here. There are HMOs where there are problems around crime, drug dealing and so on. Even those owned by some councillors run HMOs that have problems like that up and down the country. We know that. And maybe even here in Portsmouth, I don't know, maybe the police have raided one of those places owned by a councillor. I don't know. Perhaps they have. Perhaps they put a closure order on the premises. I don't know. Perhaps they have. But let's be absolutely clear. Just because somebody lives in an HMO does not mean that they are going to go out and commit crime or go drug dealing. Nurses, doctors, GBs, police officers live in HMOs. This is a societal a problem which the government needs to address. It's a cost of living problem, you know, cramming kids into it. So, but let's not kid ourselves that it doesn't go on, because it jolly well does. So, but we have to stick, whether we like it or not, we have to stick to planning matters. And as yet, I really would love a form of words, because I can't find any around crime that would fit in this particular instance, Matthew, Councillor Cordy. If you can find a form of words, I'll definitely add it into mine. But for the moment, we have to stick with what we can make stack up, and that is the parking shortfall. And and I know some members will disagree with that too, but it's the parking shortfall. We have a parking standard, and we've heard the officers' arguments over that. But that's the thing that stacks up. And I've heard what everybody else says, and you know, it can all be spun as much as we like, and I think I ought to shut up.
Okay, I think we can. Oh, Councillor Cordy.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've made my views quite obvious. I'm happy to withdraw that and go with Councillor Hunt's recommendation.
I was about to say, I'm struggling from Chair's position to come up with the planning reason, so I was going to go back to you for the wording, but if you're happy to do that, we'll stick with... So, right, we've got two proposals in front of us, and we have to take them... Oh, what?
Chair.
Councillor Candice.
Chair, I did have my on, although much of what I was going to say had been covered, so I will keep my comments extraordinarily brief. So it's welcome back to the Planning Committee for me. I hear these arguments being rehearsed. Councillor Simpson's turn is well known now. I might deputise for him next time rather than for someone on the committee. But this committee has to operate within the laws and constraints that we face, whatever our personal views of those laws and constraints. And frankly, I have some very strong views on planning. I mean, even aware, I've read the 150-page document for the new national policy. Yeah. Thank you. I never get the initials right. It's NPPF. And from April the 1st, the only thing that's going to be mattering is what we say in this council, in this meeting, and what the officers' report is. So we're going to be even further restricted. But if we castrate it as Councillor Hunt describes it, we have to be honest with people in the city, therefore, about what we can and what we cannot do. To do otherwise is to give a false hope to people and simply delay what will be an inevitable result of something going to the planning inspectorate. I sat through a very long meeting yesterday where we were talking about how we could save the council money and keep council taxes down, while avoiding obvious defeats and legal action is one of the actions that a responsible councillor will actually take for the good of the city. I may or may not like this as a proposal, but as a member of the planning committee, when I look at this, can I find grounds to reject this on the basis of the policies and the laws which are in place? I cannot. And therefore, I will also be supporting the recommendations of the officers.
Okay, I think, can you turn your mic off? Thanks. I think we've got to a point now where we need to move forward, and I'm sure I'll get some help if I get this wrong, but I understand that we have the first proposal that was seconded was to refuse officers' recommendations, and that was proposed by Councillor Hunt, seconded by Councillor Cordy, and the reason is that it doesn't shortfall in the parking. Okay. So, members of the committee, those who are supporting Councillor Hunt's proposal to refuse officers' recommendations, please put your hands up. We have 4 people who support that proposal. Could you put your hand up if you don't support that proposal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's no abstentions, therefore that motion falls. So we come on to, I understand we need to then go through the next proposal, which is the proposal to accept officers' recommendations for planning permission approval, conditional permission approval, which was proposed by Councillor Smythe and seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favour of that proposal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against that proposal? 4. Therefore, there's no abstentions. Therefore, that motion is carried and conditional planning permission is therefore granted. Whew. Okay, I need a comfort break. And I'm going to suggest a realistic time of 20 minutes. So if anyone wants to get some lunch, they can. So it's going to be 2 o'clock. There's too many items left to plough on through. So can we come back at 2 o'clock, please? Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hopefully people had a chance to get a little bit of food in them, and we will move on. We've had several requests around the reordering of it, but I think, is it Kelly? Kelly has made a request that she'd like to get to the school run. So oh, sorry, it's you. So it's, I think it's my view that children probably trump other reasons for wanting to be next. I don't want some poor child being left there without anyone picking them up. So is it possible that we, if with the agreement of the committee, we can move to item 9 now and then go back to 8? Are the committee in agreement with that? And then someone's child can be picked up from school. Okay, let's go. Oh, sorry. Have I thrown the officers who are about to do it? Is it Simon? Yeah, you're right, Simon, to do that. So we're going to item 9 now, and then we'll go back to 8. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We have an application at 16 Fearon Road, change of use from a dwelling house to a 7-person, 7-bedroom house in multiple occupation, including the construction of a single-storey rear extension, it should say. The application has come to committee because of the number of objections received and a call in from Councillor Simpson. So number 16 Fearon Road is a mid-terrace property, as outlined above. It has a rear alleyway at the end of the terrace at number 2 there. It takes you down the side and up through to the back. And an outbuilding that can be repurposed, if approved, this application as a bike store. There's the application property. A small forecourt. The data count for the area for the mixed and balanced community test. There are currently 4 in the 50 metres. If approved, this would take it up to 5, which would be 7.81%, so below the 10% threshold you have in your guidance, and so one would expect it to be approved from the point of view of mixed and balanced community. Here are the existing floor plans. There is a conservatory at the moment. That is the element that will be replaced, as per the development description, was a single-storey rear extension, which is the element on that side. So the proposals show 7 ensuite bedrooms and then a communal space, kitchen, living room, and so on. In terms of space standards, the bedrooms all exceed 10 square metres, and the combined living space is 26.64, past the 22.5 minimum required, and then with all the en-suites as well. So for numerical standards, the application complies with your guidelines, and then beyond that, there appears to be a decent layout and provision of light and outlook for all the rooms. There are the existing elevations, so that is the conservatory bottom left that would be replaced with a footprint of similar proportions, certainly height-wise, and same footprint, so there's no problem with that with respect to any impact on the neighbour in terms of dominance or light or anything like that. Sections through the building showing the internal changes, and then indication of the bins to the forecourt and the outbuilding for the bicycle storage and the rear alleyway. These rooms would of course all be changed to a greater or lesser extent, but that is the existing front lounge that will become a bedroom 1. The rear lounge leading through to the conservatory, which will become part of the communal space with that knocked through and enlarged, or replacement of the conservatory. That's the middle, that's the same room as the top right. And that's currently looking through, besides the conservatory, this would all be opened up into that larger communal living space. There is the conservatory to be replaced. The back garden and the outbuilding, there's inside the outbuilding. There again is the conservatory to be replaced so that there is as part of the communal space to be knocked through. And some of the bedrooms upstairs as existing. This is the side passageway, so this is number 2. So the first photograph is with your back to the street looking down alongside number 2 Fearon Road. You get to the end and turn left and head north along the alleyway. I've got some dimensions on it there. It narrows down, it starts at about a metre wide, narrows down to about 75 as you progress along it. You can come back to that later should you wish. Those are the main points from the point of view of officers, so we're able to recommend it for approval.
Thank you for your presentation, Simon. 2 things. First thing is just to let everyone know that Councillor Dyke has left and he's not feeling very well, so I hope he makes a speedy recovery. And the second thing is, I just need to check with Henry. Was this one of the ones that you were withdrawing from? In which case, can I check with Juliet? Does that mean that the remaining 3 people get 4 minutes each, if my maths is correct? So so if we look at number 9, it was 4 people wanting to do adaptation and sharing 12 minutes. If Henry picked, so it's 4 minutes each. 3. See, being a primary school teacher and doing basic maths has come in handy. Okay, so I just wanted to, so that means that Kelly, Cheryl and Charmaine, thanks to Henry, now have 4 minutes. Okay, we're going to do it in that order. We're going to do it Kelly first. Okay. Your 4 minutes starts now.
Thank you so much, Chair. I wish to object to the conversion of 16 Fearon Road into a 7-person HMO. There are currently 4 HMOs situated in Fearon Road. If this permission is granted, this will take the number to 5, with 2 7-person HMOs being housed next door to each other. This has caused a concern for the residents of Fearon, as number 14 has been extremely problematic, with incidents being reported to the police and council with noise disturbances and drugs at the property. The rise of HMOs in numbers in Portsmouth is becoming impossible to ignore. As stated by Amanda Martin, between 2018 and 2023, the number of HMOs in Portsmouth rose from an estimated 3,920 to over 6,000. It is impossible to know the true figure, as yet more planning permission is still being granted on a weekly basis. In August 2025, Portsmouth City Council posted on how Portsmouth leads the way in responsible HMO management. However, Portsmouth City Council's records are at least 6 months out of date. Applications are not slowing down. On today's agenda alone, there are 6. While HMOs play a role in addressing housing shortages, poor regulations and oversaturations are placing unacceptable pressure on local infrastructure and amenities. With housing demands at an all-time high, squeezing more people into converted homes is not a long-term solution. People deserve safe, secure housing that suits their needs and strengthens their communities. Residents of Portsmouth are becoming deeply concerned regarding the changing face of their neighbourhoods. HMOs, when left unregulated, planning enforcement is ignored and areas are left to become over-concentrated. It can lead to real problems, as you are seeing across the city. Thank you.
Okay, well within your time. Thank you very much. So it's Cheryl next, and you have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Councillor Adair articulated really well the extent to which people in our road feel that this is happening to them. There is no alternative. But it feels to us like this is a really tactical solution to what is a really strategic problem. The impact of further HMOs in Fearon Road is driving people out. A more strategic approach might be to do as you've done today and give approval to buildings which are being repurposed, or those, if you were lucky enough to have one from ab initio, not destroying small residential roads and properties which are meant for families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly is Charmaine.
Thank you very much. I would just like to say, myself and my husband moved in the road in 1971. So we are the last existing neighbours actually in the road now that's all been replaced. 12 years ago, I said to my daughter, do you know what? I said, you'd love a road like this. I said, friendly, happy. And within 4 months, she'd had an HMO next door to her. Well, speaking from the experience of this, they are been abusive. The language is atrocious. They have late music to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Neighbours have actually knocked the door and sort of stepped back with fear because obviously they're aggressive. They're not friendly at all. And as I said, some houses are really friendly and they can be really nice. But the experience that we've had down Fearon Road is not good. And as I said, for being there 53 years, we know and we've seen it deteriorate terribly. There was a guy 3 doors away from where I live, which there's only 12 houses between me and my daughter, and he actually died on Christmas Day 20 years ago. He could not get out of the building. He was burnt alive in that house. And for me and my family, we remember that, and we just feel, oh my God, is this going to happen again? And are they going to be efficient as what we are, turning electricity off, leaving gas on, and problems that we could all face? And I think to have 5 coming down our road, that's a little bit unfair. Everybody now, I mean, as I said, nobody elderly is down there because it's all new youngsters, etc., which everybody deserves a home, like I say. But we just feel, speaking on behalf of Fearon Road, it's not fair. I mean, say, trying to park down there, my husband is disabled, so I even have them parking outside our house, and if I say to them, look, it is for my husband, well, we're only there half hour, and then all you get is abuse, so I'd rather not get the inflict of being abused. So, you know, I understand how everybody feels about it, but when you actually live in that road and have the experience of a happy family, emotional road, is changed. It's nothing how it was, and that's so unfair because they're very old houses and they have character. They've had beautiful characters, you know, etc., the buildings, etc., and that's all just being destroyed when you think what people put into those properties. And I just feel sad that it has to come to we're having an extra lot coming down our road. And that's just how I feel with part of my family and friends and neighbours.
Thank you. You turn off the mic. Thank you very much for your deputations. And the final deputation is back to Councillor Russell Simpson. You have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the residents of Fearon Road who have read the deputations today. Like many roads in North End, there's been a huge influx of HMOs in this area, which has greatly impacted the parking, added strain on the NHS services such as dentists and doctors, and changed the character of this once family road. In my opinion, I feel this application, like many others, is an overdevelopment of a family home. Residents have every reason to be upset about this application because of the council's 10% requirement. They are taking the biggest hit of this distribution due to the radius model. In fact, if successful, it would be the 5th HMO on that even side of Fearon Road if you include the HMO on the corner of Somerton Avenue. Residents have had enough of these super HMOs. They are fed up of the impact on parking, fed up with the increased antisocial behaviour, and fed up with their properties losing value and making it hard to sell on. I would also be bold enough, Chair, to question these measurements in bedrooms 4 and 5, as they're just within the 10-metre requirement, and without it would not be able to pass the space requirements in the combined living space. So maybe a deferment, as I personally think these application needs a committee visit. I have asked multiple times, but I've always been told. I must also add, and this is This is relevant as mentioned on nearly every HMO application by residents. In January 2024, we asked the question about reducing our current HMO planning policy of 10% within a 50-metre radius to 5%. We were shot down and warned to be careful what you wish for, as all the applications would be in the north of Portsmouth, even though that has very much been the case across Hilsey, Copner and North End for the last 3 years. The Planning Department and Administration are strongly against discussing and trying this avenue, but failed to recognise that not only Fearon Road, but 2/3 of today's HMO applications wouldn't even be seen in this planning committee if we were brave enough to add it to our local plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. So, over to members for questions on the application that we have before us. Councillor Hunt.
I'm terribly sorry. I was looking at PCS 23. Could we, that's why I was on my phone. Could we look at the pictures again about the front of this property? And then the plan. So we've got 2 floors there, yeah? And what does the plan say we're going to end up with? Is it over 2 floors or 3 floors?
It's 3 floors. I'll show you the section as well, Councillor.
Yeah, that's what I was interested in. So they're going to have a floor suspended in the bay window again?
It's set back behind.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Turner.
If you can see here where the laser pointer is, it's set some distance back from the bay, so it's full height retained in the first floor front bedroom. So I don't think you'd see this ceiling coming forward.
And downstairs, does that go into the bay window?
That's, as indicated here, to the top of the bay window.
You won't have seen it by now, but can you tell me, have you seen the pictures I've sent you of one in Derby Road, similarly?
I have.
All right, that's why I'm concerned.
I understand, and it's been raised before, hasn't it, in this meeting? But in this instance, the first floor ceiling there is kept well back, so it's the full existing height to the first floor, and on the ground floor, it's just coming in at the top of the window.
All right, so presumably the windows at the top will remain the same?
Yes.
What happens to the window downstairs at the front?
Well, because the ceiling is coming in just at the top of the windows, so whether or not you might see an inch or 2 of it, I'm not entirely sure, but I think it'll be hard to discern any difference, if indeed there is any, because of where it's meeting. It's just about at the top of the pane, the window pane.
All right, well, we'll just have to go into comments then, Chair.
Can you turn your mic off?
Yeah.
Can I just follow that up with a question? Because I think this is a space that I wanted to explore in the context of this one, is what we've got before us is a change of use. So sometimes when we highlight these things, we're told that anything can be done under permitted development. But there's a link between the two, isn't there? Because if presumably people sitting in family homes don't suddenly want to lower their ceiling or raise their floor, they might do, I guess, if they wanted to add a different floor on. But we know that the work done under permitted development is linked directly to the change of use, and it's the change of use we've got before us. And I just wondered if officers could just clarify for me and maybe others around the extent to which the extensive internal work is linked to the change of use.
Well, you've set it out very well, Councillor. Permitted development, you could carry out these internal changes. The only physical element of this development that requires planning permission is the replacement rear extension, but the ground floor. But the roof extension at the rear is permitted development, whether it's a Class C3 dwelling house or an HMO, as are the internal alterations, completely gutting the property, changing ceiling levels and so on. That's all internal, and that is doesn't constitute development at all.
Councillor Hunt.
May I ask then, to be absolutely 100% clear, so when we look at these applications, are we allowed to consider, even though it's permitted development, are we allowed to consider the impact policy PCS 23, which talks about, oh, I've lost it, I've made my notes. But it talks about the, under PCS 23, prioritising visual amenity by ensuring new development matches the type, colour, texture and existing surroundings. And the plan also says, that PCS 23 says we need to focus on enhancing the townscape quality. You'll be absolutely clear the pictures I sent you earlier on did not. And are we allowed to consider PCS 23 in relation to an application like this, Mr. Turner?
It will depend on each case. We have seen examples where the changes to the front have on their own required planning permission because there's been a sufficient change to the front of the property. Occasionally we have seen that, a couple of occasions I can think of in the last couple of years, but normally the internal alterations don't affect the exterior materially, so they don't even constitute development, so you can't take them into account. And most of the extensions are permitted development, so you can't take them into account. Unusually, this one has a replacement rear extension that is part of the development.
Can you put your mic on, please?
Beg your pardon. I'm interested, Chair and Mr. Turner, in maintaining the townscape and the visual amenities that people currently enjoy, not least for the residents nearby, but as a city, a Victorian city, that people expect to come and see and visit and not have these things going on in the street that look terrible.
Any other questions? Councillor Smythe.
First one question, what is the minimum ceiling height for living accommodation? Those are all 2320, is that...
That's a building regulations matter, so I'm not entirely sure. I think it's just a tiny bit less than that. It's something like 2.2, or maybe it is that, but they will always be designed by a professional HMO designer to meet the minimum requirements, which are building regulations, not planning.
I mean, we will need to make sure that we know that, because this is pretty fundamental to this development. But second of all, how much light from the front window on the first floor will be obscured or reduced by the extension down through the floor there to make way for the bedroom upstairs? Just near where your cursor is.
Yeah. I'd guess it would remove a little bit of light reaching, it depends on the angle of the sun and so on, but I think it wouldn't make much difference, not a huge amount of difference, is my estimation to the amount of overall light entering the room.
And is the new height of the window there, I dare say somebody could stand up and it would come up to their waist or something, wouldn't it?
I think
yes, it looks like it if you compare it to the door. Yeah, be about a good waist height.
It's going to be an unconventional room, let me say that. The second question was about the alleged cycle access at the back. I noticed there isn't any door there. Would there be a door into the cycle room, and could it be possible to turn your bicycle round in that tiny back access? Or would it, I mean, I think taking a bicycle along there and then turning it into, or throwing it over the top into the shed wouldn't really work. Is this really a feasible bike shed, or will it have to, would it have to come through the kitchen anyway?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'll just point out that this is an existing scenario for an existing house, and
yes,
any other houses in HMOs, so it's the same thing, whichever accommodation that the property is put to.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like anybody's taken anything down there for a long time.
No, yeah, so it narrows up. My bedroom, my corridor, one of my corridors upstairs at home is that wide, so I took my bike up last night and I could push it along the corridor. You're right, turning into a room you might have to shuffle along a little bit, but as I say, I think it's doable and it's the existing situation.
So would we be right really to assume that people are not going to take their bike down there and they have to go through the kitchen? I realise that's not a reason for refusal, but it is something that we need to bear in mind.
It's entirely up to them. I think it is possible to use the rear alleyway, so they'd have to decide which one they want to use.
Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, can we go back to the front, Mr. Turner, if we may? So, if, thank you to Councillor Smythe for bringing this point up, the floor drops in the front there by about another, what, foot? 18 inches, 2 foot? Is that about right, Mr. Turner?
Bit more than that, I'd say.
Oh,
I've got to mention it.
To the top of the first rim, by the look of it. Oh, to the top of the...
To the, yeah, the floor.
How the bloody hell is a person going to open the damn window?
The ceiling is, I mean, if they need to put in, if there is a tiny bit of overlap and they need to put in a new window, then that will happen. You've got fire regulations to deal with windows. At the moment, it's got a top.
No, I'm talking about the top window.
Yep,
The top
okay.
one, the first floor room.
Well, because of the gap behind the bay that is left, according to this section, it wouldn't change the existing circumstances in terms
No,
of.
but the person's feet... Sorry, the person's going to be
Oh, I see.
2 foot lower
got
down.
you.
They're not going to be able to... And it's a top opening window. Even if it was a bottom opening window, they probably still wouldn't be able to... They certainly can't open it now.
Yeah, I think you'd need a new window pane with the opening, so top hung, swinging out like that, I imagine, combined with building regulations for fire safety.
Are we allowed to consider that in our thing?
We're dealing with a change of use, the effect on the local area in terms of mix and balance communities. In terms of details, that's too far.
All right. Crikey. All right, well, I can word that all right, don't worry.
What is the gap between that top window and where the floor, or the wall and the floor come into? Do we know the actual gap between the window and that drop-down bit?
No, I don't know, Councillor. There are different lines. You can compare it to the height of the room, which is 2.3, and try and work it out. It's about a metre back or so, nearly.
Okay, thank you.
Is this a question?
It's a question.
Okay, question.
So for my comments, Mr. Turner, can you please work out the distance between the new floor, that front first floor bedroom, and the bottom of the windowsill, or even the top of the window? I think it's going to be important in this case.
A colleague may check that for us if we're lucky.
All right, I should do it. All right. Thank you ever so much indeed.
Are there any more questions?
Well, sorry. Yes, Chair. Just for absolute clarity as well, I'm still not sure on the bottom window. Is this new floor, is it going to fundamentally change the window that's in there? Yeah. Is it going to no longer be the same, what do they call them? I've got one in my house. Sliding sash, thank you.
It's not a sliding sash already. You can see the. I'll get the pointer back on that.
So that is a fundamental difference to the look on the front. Okay, got it. Thanks.
No, it isn't. So the ceiling would come in at the top of the window pane, according to this plan, which is there. This is already a top hung, so at the very worst you might see an inch or two of a ceiling there, so it's not going to affect materially, no.
Any other questions?
How is the roof one? Is it a roof light that's being let in to do the upstairs room?
Yes, Councillor. So bedroom 6 has a front roof light there.
Any more questions? Do we want to wait? And oh, Councillor Mason.
I assume that the measurements on room 6 are taken not from the total floor area, but the floor area which is over 1.5 metres. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor. Thank you. And we've got the dimensions. So the distance from the floor to the bottom of that window is 1 metre. And then from the back of the front of the bay to that new vertical element is 1.3 metres. We don't have a current section. It's going to be a bit less than it is here, which is 1 metre.
I beg your pardon, Chair, I have one more question. Are we able to retain those windows as they are? I mean, if it would be given permission today, could they just come and take the windows out like the one I showed you in Derby Road and do what they like to them?
Can I just clarify? Are you saying the type of window within the window frame, or are you...
The window space right now.
So what you're saying is, can the front of the house be changed? Is that what you're saying? So can they move
I'm
the window?
asking specifically, can we maintain the window sizes and spaces and the image or the look that they have at the moment? Can they be retained? Can we require that or not? I think we have done before.
Well, in this instance, so the front elevation is shown with the top hung light there, and the same aperture, the same overall window size is shown again. Of course, any homeowner can change their windows, as many have done, from original wooden sash, say, to plastic windows, and that would be the same with this application. But the main point is the aperture is not shown to change, Councillor.
Yeah, I get really grateful, Mr. Turner, but we see white. So they could have glass in the bottom. If we were to consent this, they would have glass in the bottom, and then they'd say, well, you didn't ask. So in the top part of the half of the window, they could put a piece of white plastic. Is that correct?
The ground floor or the first floor?
Both.
Right. Well, I don't think there's any need to in either case, because we've seen the sections. The ceiling comes in at the top of the window there, and there's a setback. So there's no need to change the window pane or indeed the overall aperture.
Chair, also just for clarity, that doesn't change the position whether it stays as a C3 dwelling house or a HMO. That could arise in either
I realise that,
case.
which is why I asked my question at the beginning around the link between the two, because I think there is a little bit of a grey area. But I think, I don't want to put words into your mouth, Councillor Hunt, but I think what we've seen before is that the entire front of a building has been, the street scene has changed as a result of changing levels of ceilings, and I think what we see before us is the internal changes without changing the street, the view from the street. Yeah, because there's two different things that happen sometimes, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Are there any other questions, members? Okay. Comments?
Happy to do a comment.
Okay, Councillor Hunt.
I wouldn't normally stand for this, but when a person stands up in the front room there, most door handles are about here, I think, and looking at that one, the window is to be about here. I know this is subjective, and I'm terribly sorry because you don't work like that, but it's going to be about here. So the top opening window is going to be out my reach to even open it up, because they're top opening windows, unless they put in a sliding sash window, but the plan shows a top opening window. So this is just crazy to think that we would consent something like this, where the internal layout and configuration, Chair, of the building creates adverse residential amenity for intended residential occupiers. So I'm just not buying this one. They have made a stab trying to overcome the adverse impact on the street scene for the reasons that we discussed earlier on. But I am not buying this one, not at all. And I think we're just going too far. Developers are going too far with this, and it needs to stop. You know, they're adversely impacting our Victorian townscape. That has to stop. And they're making people living in really weird situations, as in this case, in that room. I don't know if the officers will say, but Councillor Hunt, this is an HMO application, but I've tried to frame it, saying that the internal layout, particularly the first floor front bedroom, will create adverse residential amenities for the person living in it for the reasons I described. The window is going to be 1 metre off the floor. We're told the top opening window probably 2 metres off the floor, so you can't even open it. So you won't be able to get fresh air in there nor nothing. And quite frankly, you know, standing there, I don't know how many people stand there with the window coming up to chest height. We just don't make them like that in this country. So, no, I'm not buying it, I'm refusing it, and I don't know if somebody will back it.
Councillor Standen.
Yeah, I will happily second that. Policy PCS 23, which we spoke about earlier. The City Council will seek to refuse applications for HMO development where such a development would fail to protect the amenity and the provision of a good standard of living environment. And not being able to open a top window is not a good standard of living. So yeah, I will happily second that.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other... Sorry, I'm getting murmurings from Juliet. Simon.
Yeah, struggling with this really. Plenty of people get windows put in where they have a fixed light in the top window and they open the bottom one. I don't think having a bottom only opening light, if that were the case, or only reachable if that were the case, is going to stop circulation. It's not going to stop light and outlook. So I'm not understanding really how that amounts to a reason for refusal.
No, it's not.
It's up to the applicant how they, if I may, how they do their windows. It's not a part of the planning permission. It'll be building regulations and any other regulations as to how what they need to you know, we're applying for a change of use here, not the details of every last minutiae of some windows, unfortunately. Undoubtedly, they'll need to have windows that meet fire regulations as well as ventilation, and that's what would happen if approved. I'm quite sure that there would be adequate ventilation and light and outlook.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smythe.
Chair, can we just look at the other end of the building? I mean, I'm really uncomfortable about this. I have to say, I don't like the design. I wouldn't want to rent a room that was not really a room, but a sort of cut-up bit of a room. But I do understand that they would produce, they would just avoid changing the design outside. So that's a step in the right direction. And they would also enable an opening window, because you'd open it from the bottom. That's what I have in my bedroom anyway. That isn't a problem. But can we just look at the top floor at the back and that enormous new dormer window? Is there another one? The one of the floors shows it very well. No, there's another one. I think it's the cut through. Yeah, that. I mean, it's a pretty enormous dormer window. Does that have any adverse effect on neighbours in any way? I accept that you're going to say it's probably permitted development. Is it permitted development if you take into account the increase of the downstairs extension? And is there any way we could tackle that whole, you know, in effect it's 2 huge bedrooms, 2 bathrooms on top in a space that is at the moment mostly air?
The roof extension does not affect or is affected by the ground floor extensions and PD rights. They're separate classes, first of all. And so it is permitted development, the roof extension, so there's nothing we can do about it on any grounds.
Because it's on the back of the building.
Correct, and within a certain volume and certain position and matching materials and so on. It's the same as many homeowners put on their houses as well.
And the ground floor extension, some of that is permitted development, or are they going for permission for it?
So this is the replacement of the conservatory on the same footprint. Whoops. The replacement of the conservatory on the same footprint and more or less the same height requires planning permission, but because it's so similar to the existing, it doesn't really exert any difference to the neighbours.
Why would it require planning permission? I thought it would be PD.
Because it's extending beyond this rear wall by more than 3 metres.
But it's still going to be flush with most of the properties up and down the road.
Yep.
That's the point I was. So that's sort of okay because of that, and I understand that. Yeah, this even if in principle we might want to support this, makes me very unhappy to probably have to approve this one, but because it's just so much stretching the envelope. But I can see the planning reasons you're making and what you're saying, Simon. Thank you very much.
Any other? Was that moving? You got. Okay, so you haven't made a proposal. Okay, so we've only got one proposal in front of us. Anyone else want to comment?
I mean, I think we would need to work further on a proposal if we needed to, because we've already had information from my question about opening windows and things that wouldn't apply.
Want to make a comment? Or Councillor Candice looks like he's going.
Can we say, terribly sorry, gentlemen, again. Can we establish how many loos that there are? I mean, sorry, I know it's a question, but can we go back to the first floor as well? So we've got 2. Oh, right. 1, 2, 3. Oh, there are plenty of loos and things. Yeah. Thank you.
Chair, I think the officers kind of gave away a little bit in the deputation, and I don't mean that in a bad way. They said this has been produced by HMO designers. These are people who are designing within the limits of the law that is set. So I also feel uncomfortable about this, because that front room, I think, is going to feel a bit odd. But actually, you know, there are a lot of Airbnb places that sell themselves on their quirkiness. Now, I don't think this is exactly Lake District lovely, but, you know, what is the basis in planning under which I'm going to reject this so it doesn't come back? I truthfully can't see anything. They have the right numbers of bathrooms. I think the light will be adequate. It will be a bit of a strange room. If I was going in there, I would negotiate harder on the price that I would pay for the room. But does it offer an equal standard of living to the what things that we pass? I think that it does, and therefore, someone's got to have the whatever's to do it. I am going to propose. I will support the officer's recommendation.
Seconded by Councillor Vallely. Any more comments? The only comment that, oh sorry, Councillor Mason.
Just an aside that at 7'6", it'll make changing light bulbs very easy.
You'd also come out with a nasty bruise on your head, I think, from trying to look out of the window.
I think, well, I agree with Councillor Candice and Councillor Smythe that it's really interesting. Some of these applications come forward and they're really good, high quality. You can see it's going to be a great place to live for people. But there's this sense of uncomfortableness, which we have, where it feels like a building is being a little bit abused to fit these rooms in. And I think when we come to these applications, and I am talking to this one we've got in front of us, by the way, officers, is actually, it's like, it seems a shame, not that it's becoming an HMO, and I know we're talking about a different, that's what we've got before is a change of use, but actually the squeezing in of the extra rooms, so I have a similar feeling to squeezing in rooms downstairs and taking away shared space, but I think it makes us feel uncomfortable because of the integrity of the house is compromised. However, when we're here to do a job, and we've highlighted the reasons that we can work within, and so therefore I would be supporting Councillor Canish. But anyway, what we've got before us, actually before that point, is a proposal from Councillor Hunt, seconded by Councillor Standen. You've made the reasons ever so clear twice about adverse residential amenity for the residents. Intended residents. You did mention the impact on the street scene, but I'm guessing that's not relevant to the application.
Because the officers have shown us that there won't be an impact.
So is that the sole
Yes.
reason for refusal?
Yes, and that's what Councillor Standen seconded.
And Councillor, okay.
Chair,
All right. Yes.
could I possibly just make sure, understand the loss of amenity because of was it ventilation, was it?
It was the position of the window compared to in the room, it being 1 metre off the ground. The inability to open the top window. I'm sure they can open the bottom one if it's not fixed. I think it's fixed looking at it. So probably needing, if it's a timber sided slash window, it might be different, but I reckon it's fixed looking at that. And yeah, so they can't open the window. I've seen no evidence to say they can open the window, so on this plan at least. So yes, and it's for that reason, the layout is for the reasons I've described, will have an adverse impact on intended residential occupiers, particularly in bedroom, especially in bedroom 1 on the first floor. I think it's bedroom 1, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, Chair, before we do go to the vote, I do have to emphasise the point about understanding what the planning application is actually for, and the ability to carry out those internal alterations. They're not development, they don't need planning permission in any way, shape or form. And also, at the point we get to an appeal situation and the applicant can say, I will put in a bottom opening window, where's our case?
Thank you.
Thank you for that advice. So we'll go to the vote in the order that they were seconded. So Councillor Hunt, Councillor Standen, to not approve officers' recommendations. All those in favour of that motion? Yes, show of hands, sorry. So that's 3. All of those against that proposal? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but reluctantly, I think 5, so that's a total of 8. So that falls. So we go on to the next motion proposed by Councillor Candlish, seconded by Councillor Valley, to move officer's recommendation for planning permission for a change of use. All those in favour? Reluctantly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those against? 3. Therefore, that motion is carried and planning permission is granted. So, yes, you can say that. Thank you for coming and doing the deputations, and we're going to move on quickly
Chair.
to... Sorry. Oh, yes, Councillor Candice has got
Sorry,
to
Chair.
leave.
I've tried to deputise for Councillor Atwell across the day, but I now need to go back for a meeting. When I've had that, I will come back and see whether you're still going.
Thank you very much for attending for those items. So we're back to agenda item 8, which is 78 Oriel Road. And the person doing this is David.
Thank you, Chair.
Should we move straight on?
Yes, so this application, it's at 78 Oriel Road. So the property already has planning permission granted on appeal to be used as a Class C4 HMO, and they have applied for planning permission to increase the C4 use to a 7-bed, 7-person HMO. So looking at the property, if you just move on to the next one. So here's the property in the street. There you can see typical of the housing stock in the area. For members' orientation, it's one street north of the earlier item at Wadham Road. Here's the property in the street. You can see it's a small forecourt where bins can be stored. In terms of your mix and balance communities, so this already is lawfully a HMO. It had planning permission. Planning permission's in the process of being implemented, and works are in process on site. So this makes no difference to your mix and balance communities, but for the record, it is still below the 10% in the area. So this all relates around an existing Home Office that's approved in the layout, and we've just highlighted that in the top right-hand corner. And you can see there's an adjacent shower room, top right, and a separate WC. And then as a result of the proposals, you'll see that, if we just move on, so these are the alterations to the property that were approved via the appeal. And then the difference in this application is that what was that Home Office on the ground floor will become bedroom 7 on that plan, and we've just highlighted that top right. So you can see that it's just amended to make it into an ensuite room. In terms of the key considerations in this application, so whilst the applicant has applied for planning permission, having reviewed it, we're unable to see that it actually requires planning permission because no material change of use will take place. The increase from 6 to 7 in this instance does not materially alter the consent that the property has, in this instance, this is why the application is recommended for an unconditional consent. You'll see in the report that we've rehearsed the reasons for that, why we don't consider there's a material change of use. And just to pick out some of the examples, there's no difference in the council's parking standards between a C4 and a sui generis HMO. There's no difference in our waste standards between the C4 and the 6 occupiers and the 7 occupiers. We don't have any evidence linking high occupational levels in HMOs to increase antisocial behaviour or demonstrable change in levels of noise for adjacent properties. Oh, I'm very sorry. I normally try to make sure I'm projecting well. So very sorry. So yes, in this particular instance.
Sorry, Hugh, can you just turn off Councillor Candice's mic and see if that makes a difference? Thank you.
Yes, so Chair, we're very clear in this instance that notwithstanding that the applicant has applied for planning permission, that planning permission is not required. Therefore, they do have a fallback position to carry out the works anyway, as no material change of use takes place. And therefore, we recommend that an unconditional permission is granted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Henry. Is this one of the ones you withdrew from? Oh, you're doing this one. Okay, you have 6 minutes to do your deputation. Starting from now.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time today. This is obviously in the road for the Residents Association that I represent, and I did find the last application kind of upsetting, that you don't have a right to reply, which is why I do these bulk talks when we're talking about evidence against antisocial behaviour, and we've actually got the victim of it and residents associations and police documents, and we've got the officers saying that there's no evidence. This isn't really good democracy. I kind of deliberately brought this to committee because this is a relic of time when the plans were just not truthful that they submitted, and through Councillor Simpson and Daniel Weems back when he was a councillor and a couple of other councillors, we've got truthful applications on most HMO applications by having them all for Hilsey referred to councillors. The reason that I did this and that I wanted this to come to committee is that I wanted an ability to raise the issues that we have no other way of raising, which is, originally I was going to talk politically about the 3 parties and the way that it doesn't work, but what I really want to do is raise the issues that are under your control that could be implemented to help a better solution. And the trouble is, at the moment we have a planning policy team that isn't engaged with the process. If we sit here and we talk about the Planning Policy Committee, I have no way to get in front of it. I have no way to make an approval. There doesn't seem to be a feedback loop into improving that policy. And because you have guidelines that aren't enforceable, they're overturned at appeal. So if we take issues that have been raised in this committee, we've talked today about Section 257, but we also agreed that statistically I was correct, that it hadn't been implemented properly. We didn't get proper scrutiny over the data on the other 15 properties in that thing. I've raised issues about subdivided houses and it affecting the number of HMOs in a negative way. That's been raised for about the last 5 years. Even just examples that have come up during committee discussions. Judith Smythe, for example, has raised outdoor space and living standards because they're building up to the rear walls of properties now where there is no outdoor space, and saying that the standard doesn't value outdoor space, and she's correct, but there's been no change to it. The HMO percentage has not been addressed, although PIP did try for a number of years. Tweaking the percentage probably wouldn't be my solution to the problem. It'd be to define a limit because of the way that 50 square metres things. If we talk about transport, we have a transport policy that isn't realistic and isn't obtainable. You can't set an SPD that requires 2 car parking spaces on historic buildings. You need to define a standard for new builds and a standard for existing homes, and then have a policy that will be upheld at appeal. Whereas at the moment, 2/3 of the standards isn't implemented. The officers write reports that undermine every single part of the SPD. I mean, 2/3 of it isn't worth the paper it's written on anymore, and everyone in this room knows that. There's been examples of U-turns, particularly the biggest one is the relevance of the subdivision between Suez Generous and Standard Homes. And officers advised one way and then flipped the other way. Fortunately, Councillor Hunt, when he was chairman, managed to get limits imposed on the number of occupancies, so it can't be undermined. We've seen 15-bedroom HMOs come up. The officers have admitted that the standards don't work for them, but there's been no amendment to address this. And what we need is a proper framework and a proper planning policy to address these issues so that we have a HMO standard. Because my issue is not HMOs, it's the overbearing size of them and the amount of issues. I mean, the last one that you've just done, that should fail on an environmental policy. You've basically taken out 70 to 80% of the structure of a building, thrown it in the bin and replaced it with something else. You'd have been better off building a new house in the first place. I think I'm going to advise the neighbours next door on the party wall agreement, because that is a mess if you're changing all the floor levels on a 110-year-old house. And we just need to protect residents and give them the guidance that they need. So That was kind of why I got this one brought up at the committee, because I didn't want to raise these issues on one that would have a material effect on the application. In terms of myself, this is the last deputation that I'll be giving, but you've got an example with Laburnum Grove coming up where the applicant's chosen not to comply with the parking standards, and therefore we're going to play top trumps between the standards and the permitted development rights. And these are all kind of interesting discussions that need to be had internally. I am concerned about what's happening with planning policy reform. I do believe that officers, if they're monitored correctly, is the correct way to go, because I can predict the outcome of these dependent on who's applying, when they're applying in the electoral cycle, and which ward it is, because that affects the outcome. And this can't be the case. We have to be reviewing individual cases that are delegated. In the 5 years that I've listened to every single planning policy meeting, I don't think you've reviewed a single delegated decision, and that is a problem with democracy. I'm just going to say thank you for your time, and I have been paying attention in the background, but I have to use my time effectively where it makes an effective outcome, where it makes a difference to the outcome. I'm going to leave you all to it and run and pick up my children from school.
Perfect. That's 6 minutes. Thank you so much for doing your deputation, which of course is you're entitled to say what you want in the deputation, and we may, you know, I think some of it is relevant to this. You obviously do know that there are cabinet decision meetings around planning policy, and that might be more, you know, that where those views can be aired. Because we, as we have said many, many times today, we're not creating policy here, we're implementing it. But anyway, thank you very much. And I now will come on to the second person doing the deputation for this, which is Carrie-Anne Wells, who is the agent.
Thank you. Firstly, I wanted to just pick up on a couple of things that Henry concerns have raised. Policy, like Portsmouth has the strongest planning policy in terms of HMOs. I work all over the UK, and these are some of the strongest ones I've ever seen in terms of space standards, density, and how it's applied. So I don't think that's a fair representation of Portsmouth in terms of policy. Section 257s, they're not HMOs, they're flats. They're poorly converted flats. They come under the HMO banner because they then fall under licensing, so they can control the fire for them, because they are poorly converted. They do have fire issues, and they need to be licensed because of that. So HMO licensing can stipulate fire alarms, etc., but they're not HMOs. They're flats that families live in and shouldn't be considered as such. Portsmouth, by doing that, has obviously made things reacted to councillors and reacted to residents, has made things tougher in terms of the density. So whether that's right or not, I'll let you all decide. We talk about there's hundreds of HMOs in the city, and I constantly hear people saying they speak to residents and they're concerned about HMOs. Are you speaking to HMO tenants? I'd actually like to see that. Or do you just avoid HMOs? Do you knock on those doors? Do you and what do they say? Do they say they hate living there? Do they say they're scared of crime? Okay. I mean, they're not people that are responsible for all the stabbings in the city and all the antisocial behaviour in the city. For this particular application, Henry is right. This is sort of a leftover Trojan horse, as the council members used to call them. We used to do the C4s in two-stage development purely from time. Came in when COVID was around, and they were quicker to get through the system because they didn't have to go to committee. So this is one of those. It's not one that we consistently do, and we come here with sort of C3, or truthful applications, they say, but they were not made in order to be untruthful. This is an existing 6-bed HMO. He's had no complaints, and all the property is well managed. All the bedrooms range from 10.5 square metres to 14.88. They've all got en suites, and the combined kitchen space is 31.3, which is well above the 22.5 square metre requirement. And there's also downstairs WC.
Can you move a little bit nearer to your microphone? Sorry, thank you.
Sorry, I'll slow down as well. The key material consideration is whether it is development, and whether the fallback position is the applicant to do this anyway. As members are aware, there's a lot of talk about whether it needs planning permission or not. In the Campbell Lane and Margate Road appeal decisions, inspectors concluded that an increase from 6 to 7 did not amount to material change. In this case, officers have concluded the same, that the increase does not represent a material change of use and planning permission is not required. The applicant is here today because he's actually asking for permission because he feels that by doing it, it allows members to actually fully consider the merits of this scheme and come to a positive decision without going through the back door, as we've been accused of with doing the certificate of lawfulness previously. So I trust that you approve in line with offered recommendation today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the next person doing a deputation is Christian Reynolds, who is the applicant. You have up to 6 minutes, Christian.
Good afternoon, members of the committee and chair. My name is Christian Reynolds and I'm one of the directors of CR Property Limited that own and managed a mixed portfolio of residential letting properties in Portsmouth. I've been involved in property development and management for over 30 years. We operate our properties to the highest standards and we provide homes for young professionals working in and around Portsmouth. As has already been echoed here earlier by one of the previous applicants, it's a huge investment and a huge task to run these properties and to manage them to the correct standards. We take great pride in doing so. We also work with local businesses, including estate agents, builders, architects, solicitors, cleaners, and we provide a small ecosystem of employment and direct financial input into the local community. We self-manage all our properties with a small family team so that we can provide the best accommodation and living conditions for our tenants. All our tenants have direct phone numbers and we make ourselves available via WhatsApp groups with all houses to our management team. Today's application, as you've heard, is for Sue Generis on 78 Oriel Road, which is currently licensed and in use as a 6-bedroom HMO. The property meets and exceeds all room sizes and required facilities, and we've followed all Portsmouth City Council guidelines and Article 4 directives for the conversion of this property, initially as a 6 and now latterly as a 7. I would like to just address, there's been a lot of talk today about some of the issues, and they are disturbing to hear from our perspective, but I'd just like to respond to some of them. And the 3 main ones, obviously. Overdevelopment is constantly talked about, but again, as Carrie-Anne mentioned, Portsmouth is an Article 4 area, which means that it's one of the most stringent in the country. So that enables relatively accurately for 6 HMOs per 65 houses in the North End area, and that falls within the Article 4 guidance and recommendations. Parking is always talked about. I can only talk about our experience managing HMOs, but very few HMO residents have cars. Of 10 HMOs that we currently manage, there are 12 cars. That's 1.2 per property. Young professionals starting out predominantly use public transport or bicycles or walk. And in terms of antisocial behaviour, again, it's very disturbing to hear some of the stories, particularly from Henry earlier. We've not had reports, we've not had interactions with the police or neighbours, but it actually disturbs me that HMO tenants are painted in this way, because our HMO tenants are hospital workers, we've got doctors, we've got nurses, we've got healthcare professionals, mental health care professionals, we've got postmen, we've got all sorts of different young professional people ranging from early 20s through to even early 40s, and they're really very nice people. So it is quite disturbing when we hear HMO tenants talked about in this way, because it just is not our experience. And again, because we self-manage and because we vet all of our tenants very thoroughly, we make sure that there are nice people in the house. Again, one bad person in a HMO upsets the whole household. So it's incredibly important to us as developers and managers of these properties to make sure this is done properly. So I hope that the committee can support our application today as we followed the correct due process, and this application meets all the standards in terms of both planning and licensing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. The final deputation on this application is from Councillor Russell Simpson. You have up to 6 minutes, Russell.
Up to 6 minutes, not 6 minutes. So this one is actually a little bit shorter because it's very similar to the previous one on Wadham. I mean, thank you, Chair, and thank you to Henry. While some of his points might be on planning policy, we are here as councillors and officers because of residents, and through Henry's experience, he's trying to tell the planning committee that something isn't right in Oriel Road and surrounding roads. My deputation is near enough identical to Wadham Road. The impact of HMOs in this area has had a detrimental effect as it stands. In our opinion, HMOs or changes need to be halted in this area until they're better managed and ASB is reduced in the area. And the nice thing about doing a second, which is very similar, is that I get to pick up on some of the things that are kind of left out on the last one. So concerning full refusal, as to why we're refusing it, what I quoted was actually from our own planning policy. In accordance with policy PSC 23, the City Council will seek to refuse applications for HMO development where such development would fail to protect the amenity and the provision of a good standing of living environment for neighbouring and local occupiers. That's the angle. And this is supported by the National Planning Policy Framework, which basically outlines an under-amenity of neighbours and local occupiers that notes that planning policies and decisions should ensure that developments will function well and add to the overall quality of the area and put places that are safe, inclusive and accessible and which promote health and well-being with a high standard of amenity for existing and future users. Now, if that's incorrect, I'd love the officers to clarify and correct me, because I always quote our own policy and it's almost like it's completely and utterly missed. Now, if it's because of evidence and the officer doesn't feel confident with the survey that I brought today, I mean, I think it's respectful to the planning officer, and Councillor Hutt will know this. In the 21st century, policing matters are extremely data-driven. This letter isn't generic. It hasn't come to these roads because of it has come to these roads because of multiple concerns and complaints. That's how it works. Once there's a concerning point, they drop these letters and knock doors. Police don't have the money, resources or manpower to drop these letters across the city willy-nilly. Residents in Oriel and surrounding roads have got this letter so that the police can be more effective due to the ASB. As I said previously, committee, residents and I believe, because of the increasing ASB from the influx of condensed HMOs in the area, and that this does impact the provision of good standing of living environment for residents and creates further imbalance to the community. So therefore, under PCS 23, this application should be refused based on our own local policy standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Okay, over to you, members. Are there any questions? Councillor Mason.
Since the real crux of this is the change of room 7 from a downstairs office to a bedroom, we need to look very carefully at that. And there are two questions I would ask on number 7. Are we absolutely sure that it is the 10 square centimetres above the minimum requirement? And secondly, are we sure that there is adequate light coming in to the window at the back of the rear of bedroom 7?
So to answer those two questions, Chair, yes, you'll see in the reports that we do always check. The plans are dimensioned, they're to scale, but we do always check those dimensions as part of our diligence. So you can always be reassured on that. In relation to the light aspect, you'll see that the proposal is to make that into a full height window. Yes, in this case it is north facing, but also conscious that it's already approved as a living space within the building already. But we're satisfied with that full height window that will provide adequate outlook. And just to reinforce the point, where we have had appeal decisions in relation to HMOs where there's been a technical failure against the standards, and in terms of being slightly below the 10 square metres, and the inspectors have not found harm in being a room being 9.9 as being unacceptable. So we do need to bear that in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Any comments from the committee? Oh, who went first? Councillor Mason. Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Mason.
I can't disagree with age. Beauty, perhaps. Firstly, I would like to thank Carrie-Anne for underlining the fact that we have the most strict planning policy on HMOs across any authority in the country. There are small pockets which may have within other authorities, which for local reasons may be more stringent, but across an authority we have the toughest policy in the country, and I would think that Henry should remember that. And we work on precedent. We know what works, we know what doesn't. He mentioned 16 bed HMOs. That was one which I can locate it. We opposed it. It was taken to the Planning Inspectorate of Bristol, and we were roundly overturned on that one. So the tirade which we heard does not stand up. So far as this one is concerned, this is just a change from 7 to 8, which we've been told generally is not material. It is worth looking at all of them because we need to make sure that the place where there is the change is adequate, that there is not something being slipped through. It is right that we should look at it, and having looked at it, I am assured, at least I've assured myself, that this is perfectly respectable, perfectly responsible, and I propose the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. I'm going to go to Councillor Hunt next, and I'll come to Councillor Smythe. I know, I gather that, but I want to do it in strict order.
All right, thank you very much indeed. There's a couple of things that need to be clear. Councillor Mason has emphasised. I actually believe that some people in Planning Committee and the Council do not believe that Portsmouth's got the strongest rules in the country. It has. It really has. And we were there right at the beginning, bringing in these additional rules, way back to Mr. Hancock, the so-called 10% rule, which we had to settle on because of the Planning Inspector said. Let's also be very clear. At the City Council meeting, when the City Local Plan came up, every single councillor voted for the 10% rule. 42 councillors, I think one might have been absent, every single councillor voted for the 10% rule. So this nonsense is being spun around by about 5%, which would be very reckless to go down to, and it wouldn't happen anyway because it become a guideline, is not a smart move. That's just to address something that Mr. Thorpe said before in his first one and the second one. So every councillor voted for the 10% rule. That's the first thing to get very clear. On this one, I accept what the officers say, but the other problem is too, we like I said earlier on, we can't kid ourselves. Because of politics in this city, people who live in these places have been stigmatized for political reasons. It suits some members to say that they're terrible, that they're murdering people, they're all dealing in drugs. That happens just as much in ordinary homes. Women are assaulted in ordinary homes, whether it's a flat or an HMO or a private residence. We don't know. Nobody's brought any evidence to me to see today. I accept what Mr. Thorpe says, and I very much understand what he says about the fear of crime, which Mr. Councillor Standen has talked about a bit today as well. I really get that, but unless we're presented with evidence that X premises, which is an HMO, Y premises, which is an HMO, Z premises, which is an HMO, all near to each other, are drug dealing and are killing people and are kidnapping people, whatever else they might be accused of doing. Nobody's brought anything to me. It's just a generalization. And I get the generalization around fear of crime and so on. I really do understand it, Mr. Thorpe. But no evidence is provided, and we have to go on evidence. So that's where we are. It was a bit of a tirade, Henry. I think you just tried to fill your 6. He's gone.
He might listen later.
Yes, okay.
Just like let you know.
It was. And to just keep on attacking people, it doesn't get anyone anywhere at all. We've got a really rigid system in this city. The officers are really smart. They do look at the planning register, and it is up to date, despite what the MP for Portsmouth North wants to spin, again for political reasons. So this is a very political issue, isn't it? And we're at the nub end of it, we're at the sharp end of it, making decisions on it, and it isn't easy, but we have to stick to the rules. I will defend the officers very much. They do a remarkably good job. Even if I don't agree with them very often, they do a darn good job. Okay, so that's where we are.
So you're not giving an opinion about what you want to do, whether you want to second?
Nobody else did, really, did they? You know, Mr. Thorpe didn't talk about it.
No. I meant Councillor Mason put forward a proposal.
Oh, no,
You're
I
not
don't
saying-
think we should intensify the darn
Okay.
thing.
All right. Okay, just getting clear. Okay, Councillor Smythe.
Support Councillor Mason's suggestion that we take the officer's recommendations. Bit disappointing to see one, as Carrie-Anne said herself, that was how they used to do it, which was to sneak in 6 and then go for 7. And I hope we don't see too many of those, because it's better just to have one application for 7 that we consider properly. But yes, follow the officer's recommendations, unconditional permission, please.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments from anyone? No. So we have one proposal in front of us, which is to support officers' recommendation for unconditional permission, proposed by Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Smythe. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 1, 2, 3. Therefore, that motion is carried and unconditional permission is granted. Thank you for your deputations, everyone. And I'm not going to do another break. Can we just push on? We've got 2 more to go. I'm going to ask officers to do a slightly shorter agenda next time. We did have a short one the other week, didn't we? Yeah, once. Oh, was that your first one? I was going to say. Yeah. Okay. So we'll let people leave. Thank you very much for coming and spending your day here. Enjoy your evenings, and we will plough on with agenda item 10. I think, is that right? Yes, am I right? Which is 98 Laburnum Grove. And I believe it is Simon again.
Is there any smacks on this? Sorry.
No. Okay, 98 Laburnum Grove, a change of use from a dwelling house to an 8-bedroom HMO with roof alterations, including a side and rear dormers, following removal of the chimney stack. This application has come because of the number of objections. Laburnum Road, as you know, goes east to west across the northern part of the city. This application sits on the corner site there with Balfour Road. There it is. We've included this wider shot showing the somewhat unusual, I think it's 1950s post-war housing to the immediate right of it, west. Because of its rectilinear roof form or upper floor form, which informs our recommendation on the side dormer proposed to this application. We'll come to that later. With respect to the HMO data count, there's 1 in the area. This would take it up to 2, so 3.125% within your guidance for a mixed and balanced community. Existing floor plans. And existing elevations. That's the side elevation onto Balfour Road. The development would incorporate a prior approval, that's already approved, rear extension in the back garden, and because this is facing Balfour Road, the side roof extension requires planning consent. So that's why it's in the development description. So 8 bedrooms, each en suite. Bedroom 1 there with an ensuite, 2 en suite, coming through into a communal kitchen dining area. These windows are onto the street, the side windows, and then French doors into the rear yard and the garden beyond. And then a further bedroom with an ensuite and a window. Upstairs, 3 ensuite bedrooms and 2 more into the roof space. The bedrooms all comply with your guidance in size as do the en-suites, as does the combined living space, and officers are satisfied in terms of general amenity configuration, outlook and light, that the proposals are acceptable. So here are the proposed alterations or extensions. Well, this is the prior approval, that's already approved, rear extension built on the back of pavement here. The roof extension requires planning permission because it's on the roof slope facing the side road. And although quite large, it is at least set back well from the eaves. So, and the side elevation there, you see it becomes therefore smaller in volume than it could otherwise be. And its right angles are, again, I referred you to the property opposite that has that slightly unusual, similar right-angled development at height. So we felt in that context it would accord with a local character. The applicant will need to take care with matching materials. The view from the south looks worse than it really would be in terms of this flat 2D elevation because it is so far from the end. It's 4 or so meters from the end of the elevation, so you'd never quite see it like that. There's the site access from the side road into the garden and the bins and bike store. There's one section. There we are, that's the other view, so that's from the south looking north. There's the top floor I mentioned earlier, or showed you earlier. That would be reflected in the dormer window proposed here. There are the gates into the backyard that could be retained. We're standing where the prior approval extension would be, but you can see the width of the light well to the neighbours, and then the garden would stretch to the right of the view here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Simon. Okay, we have 2 deputations on this item. The first one is from the agent, Edward Kircher.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My name's Edward Kircher. Thank you for letting me speak today. I run HMO Designers, which is a local South Coast business. We employ local architects and we have offices based in Portsmouth. We specialise in quality professional HMOs only, and we're not a high volume operation. So we work on a small number of we work with a small number of passionate professional investors and landlords only, like us, who have a passion for a sort of tenant-first approach. Our projects are well designed, and we have our own in-house interior designer, which was part of the design and access statement. You'll see examples of the interior designs that we've done before. We work meticulously alongside the developer all the way through the project to ensure a high-quality product is ultimately achieved for the tenant. So we're involved right from concept all the way through construction, interior design, everything. In terms of policy compliance, I just want to focus on the density. So there's one HMO within 50 metres, which would bring the density up to 2, including this one at 3.125%, which is obviously well below the 10% threshold, and well below even the 5% threshold that I know people were talking about today, which might have come out in the emerging plan, but has been discussed that it won't. So in terms of the design, I would also ask the committee to note that this application has been prepared in good faith and in close dialogue with the officers. Revisions were made during the process, specifically on the design of the dormer, in direct response to officer feedback. Additional windows were introduced to reduce the massing and improve the appearance of the side elevation. We have welcomed this combined effort with officers and appreciate the local authority's willingness to engage positively. It has rear access from the side, that you can access the property from the side and gain access to the rear, helping for the safety and access to bedroom 3. You will also notice that we have been sympathetic to the original building, so we're retaining a lot of the floors and walls within this property. You'll notice that we're not dropping the floors and we're retaining the existing walls. That not only helps with the embodied carbon within that property, but it helps to retain some of those internal features and the character of the property. On amenity, the accommodation proposed exceeds the council's own HMO standards, which we've said today many, many times is some of the highest within, nationally in terms of requirements. And yeah, all of the bedrooms are above 10 square meters. It's an all-ensuite design, and I just want to focus on the fact that it exceeds minimum standards. In terms of highways, no highways objections have been raised. It's in a highly accessible location, and an 8-bedroom HMO does not create materially more traffic than a family house. That's been raised today and talked about appeal cases that have won that. And in terms of closing off now, I'll try and keep it short. The application satisfies the key policy test on HMO concentration. The design has been improved through negotiation with the officer's recommendation for approval. I would respectfully ask the committee to follow that recommendation today, support a policy compliant application, and send a clear message that quality development delivered by local businesses investing in Portsmouth for local professionals is welcome in this city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edward. And the last deputation on this one is from Ruben Wincott, who's the applicant. Back to Ruben.
Hello, thank you all for listening again today. So I'd like to begin by acknowledging the concerns that have been raised. I understand why HMOs generate strong feelings, particularly in Portsmouth. However, this application has been carefully assessed by a professional planning officer, and it comes before you with a recommendation for approval. Importantly, we have worked collaboratively throughout the process. Where the officer requested amendments, we made them. We have added additional windows where required, adjusted internal arrangements, agreed materials to ensure tiling matches the existing property by recycling the tiles to make sure that they are not old or new tiles and there is not an issue in the discrepancy of this. This has not been an adversarial process, it has been cooperative and constructive. Turning to the objections, concerns have been raised about the number of HMOs in the area. Planning policy does not impose a blanket ban. The test is whether a specific proposal results in the demonstrable harm. The officer's assessment concludes that it does not. Each applicant must be considered on its individual merits, not on one perception alone. Overdevelopment has been cited. This proposal does not materially increase the building's footprint or bulk. It remains a residential dwelling in scale and appearance. Internally, it meets required space standards and amenity provisions. There is no visual over-intensification of the site. Parking and highways safety concerns have been raised. This is an existing residential property in a sustainable urban location. Not all residents will own vehicles. Crucially, there is no objection from highways, which is a material technical assessment. Character of the area has also been mentioned. Externally, the property remains in keeping with the street scene. With ensured tiling matches, I've already said that, sorry, I got ahead of myself. It will continue to read as a house within a residential terrace. Noise and antisocial behaviour are often underlying concerns, and this is where management becomes critical. As stated before, I'm a Portsmouth resident. I manage everything myself. I manage the builds, I manage on the end, and I manage all of the trades. We do not use letting agents. We do not operate remotely or behind a spreadsheet or from Singapore. We do not disappear once consent is granted. Our tenants have our direct phone numbers. They can call at any hour, on the hour, and they receive an immediate response. If there is a noise issue, it is addressed. If there is a complaint, it is addressed. There is a direct level of accountability, significantly reduces the likelihood of antisocial behaviour because we are present as landlords and developers. We also do all of these to solar air source heat pump and achieve the A energy rating as well with the rest of our developments to make cost of living for tenants in the long term sustainable. This proposal remains a single residential unit connected to existing networks. It does not represent a development at scale that materially affects strategic infrastructure provision. Chair, Councillor, this scheme has been reviewed professionally. It's been amended in line with our officer recommendations, and it complies with the adopted policy. And it comes to before you with a recommendation for approval. We are local operators. We self-build. We self-manage. We remain accountable. I respect you to support your officer's recommendation and approve the application. Many thanks.
Thank you, Ruben, for your deputation. Okay, over to the committee. Any questions? First of all, there's a question from Councillor Hunt.
Can I ask, Chair, the officers, do we have a policy about dormers being built, overlooking the street?
There's no specific policy. All right, a little more. I mean, there are so many different types of development that we don't try and anticipate all of them necessarily. Some councils might have a policy, some might not. So it's down to a matter of assessment of each one as normal and normal design and contextual considerations.
But so I'm minded of a number, not mine, but one in Copner, where the person had to go off to the planning inspector because they put in as much, and it was overlooking the road. I think we do need a policy actually because it's inconsistent. But you say it's each one on according to how they fit in the street scene and all that. All right then. And the loss of the chimney, I mean, that is an impact on the Victorian townscape. Is that something that we should consider or we should not?
It's not development, and I'm afraid it's fairly common. Typically, once you get a leak or it becomes dangerous, they tend to come down, don't they?
I'm coming back to Councillor Hunt's point about the side dormer. Am I assuming, in taking each case as it is, that, can we get the picture up again, that this would be deemed appropriate because of the building on the other side of the road, which is kind of quite bulky?
Yes.
Would that have been a consideration?
It definitely was. Yeah, I don't think we picked it up in the report, but the officer and I discussed that. That made the decision much easier for us. I have pointed out it's recessed from the eaves a distance, so and it's quite a big roof slope. But yes, the surrounding context of this similar sort of bulkiness at height with cuboid shape, yeah, that certainly made the decision to recommend it easier for us.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? Everyone's getting tired. Okay, so we move on to comments or proposals from people. Anyone want to say? Okay. Councillor Mason.
I must admit, when I first saw this, I was rather concerned about the boxiness of the dormer, but having had it explained to me, I'm quite satisfied with that, especially since the tiling will be exactly the same as the rest of the roof, so it will not appear incongruous. And so with that, and with the sizes inside and the configuration of the rooms, I support the officer's recommendation. I propose.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Anyone want to second? Councillor Vallely, you want to?
I'd like to second it, thank you.
Yeah. Before we move on to vote, the only comment I was going to make is, and this is not specific to this, not going to materially change anything on this, but the desire to increase the maximum number of rooms, particularly on the ground floor of places, and I think Councillor Smythe has brought this up before, is often at the expense of outdoor space. And there's a kind of, I don't even know what the word is, I was going to say tautology in a way, that the more bedrooms you add on, the less space you end up, and actually the more people you've got living in there. And I just think, I mean, thankfully, my days of living in shared accommodation are well over, but I would have been wanting to look at somewhere to sit outside and read my book. And a lot of these things, it seems to be that the increase in rooms is at the expense of the outdoor space. But anyway, that's a general comment and plea to developers, not related to this. So we have...
Chair, I'm glad you mentioned that, because I think we do have to realise we have very little green space in Portsmouth, and the more we have where a tree can be planted or other things that enhance biodiversity, the more important, the most is the best we can do. We need to bear that in mind.
Or just to sit outside.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we've got a proposal before us from Councillor Mason, seconded by Councillor Valerie, to move officer's recommendation for conditional permission. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? 1, 2, 3. Therefore, that motion is carried and planning permission is granted. And we come on to, thank you so much for staying and doing your deputations. So we are now on the last one. And we have had the applicant here all day. So members, if we could just, summon the energy to get through the last application, that would be really good. So it's item number 11, and it is 145 Prince Albert Road, and I can't remember who's presenting. Is it Simon again? Okay, Simon, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, on the last point about external amenity space, officers do look at that. We refused an application under delegated powers last year for that reason. It was supported at appeal, and I think we've had another one recently as well. So we are alive to that.
Oh, that's really good news. Oh, I'm glad I asked that then. Thank you.
Thank you. 145 Prince Albert Road, change of use from a dwelling house to a flexible C3 or C4 use between dwelling house, house and multiple occupation. To be clear for the committee and anyone watching, that means if granted planning consent for the 10-year period beyond that consent, permission would not be required to change the property between C3 and C4 use backwards and forwards. And at the end of the 10-year period, it then sticks on whatever the use is at that point. Oops. The application has come to Planning Committee because of the number of objections, 7. Prince Albert Road is northeast road there from Highland Road up to Milton Park, so it's about 3 roads down from Milton Park there. Mid-terrace with a modest bay window there. With respect to the mix and balanced community policy, this would result in 5 out of 63 properties in the 50-metre radius, so 7.94% within your guidance figure for a mixed and balanced community. The property has already been extended at ground floor and at roof level. Not quite completed, I believe, but well underway. Oh. Don't know what's happened to the proposed plans. Luckily, I think because they're so similar to the... Oh, well, no. Indeed. Thank you, Councillor. They are in the report. So, with apologies on that, I'll describe them. Entering the property, bedroom 1 is the first on the left with an ensuite. Beyond that is a utility tank room. Beyond this stairs is a communal WC with hand basin. And then at the end is the communal living kitchen space with a back door leading into the light well and the back garden beyond that. Upstairs there is bedroom 2 has its ensuite. Bedroom 3 and bedrooms 4 share a bathroom, a shower room in between them. Onto the second floor at the rear, bedroom 5 has an off-suite in the middle there. And then bedroom 6 has its own ensuite. All the bedrooms exceed 10 square metres, some of them quite generously, and the combined living space also exceeds the minimum guideline, as do the shower, various shared en-suites, off-suites, and so on. And there's a shared WC on the ground floor as an extra, and the utility room, stroke tank room. So it meets your standards, and officers consider that the layout and outlook and light as well would provide for a suitable living environment for the occupiers if approved. There we are, the various extensions achieved under permitted development, already mostly in place actually. And then various photos, you can see the works are in train still, various photos from around the property. Indoors as well. Have we got a site plan? No. No. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Simon. So we have 2 deputations now. And the first one is by Carrie-Anne as the agent. You have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you. I'll try and keep this shorter because I know we're all ready to go home now. So this property has historically been run as a HMO prior to Article 4, so it's been running as a HMO for a long, long time. However, there was a year gap within this property where it was let to a family. So as this 1-year gap resulted in loss of continuous 10-year use, the applicant is here today to apply for flexible planning use to enable him to go back and forth between the C3 and C4 uses for the next 10 years. Even without it being an existing HMO, if you were to sort of look at this property as being a new HMO, it's still under the 10% density threshold for a HMO and does not create an imbalance in the community. All the bedroom sizes comfortably exceed the required standard and range from 10.22 to 14.4, all with the addition of an ensuite. The previous HMO, when it was running, was no ensuite accommodation, and the applicant was keen to improve this. The combined kitchen lounge space is 24.96, which exceeds the 22.5, and in addition there's a large utility area which will be utilised for laundry purposes with a window for ventilation for the drying of clothes. A WC is provided on the ground floor for the comfort of the residents and visitors. This property, when we first drew it up, is actually capable of having 7 bedrooms, which would have still met the minimum standards. However, the applicant was keen to provide more spacious accommodation, and the decision was made to have just 1 bedroom on the ground floor purely to enable a laundry room. I mention this as I hope it instills confidence to you as members that the applicant is considerate of his future tenants and is looking to provide an excellent standard of accommodation. This is not cramped accommodation. It exceeds adopted standards and fully complies with the HMO SPD policy PCS 23, PCS 20 and PCS 17, and I trust that you approve in line with officer recommendation. Also, for Councillor Hunt, I just wanted to point out that this has been carried out. It's a 5-bed house now, so the parking provision is the same as it would be. Thank you.
And I believe it's in an RPZ, which, yeah. Okay. Next applicant, the applicant, Andrew. Thank you for waiting.
No problem.
You have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you. It'll be a lot less than 6 minutes. I'm sure everybody will be pleased. Just to introduce myself, I'm the landlord and owner of 145 Prince Albert Road. I've been a property landlord in Portsmouth for 30 years, and during that time I've never received, or the council have never received a complaint about me or my properties. When the council ran the accreditation scheme for landlords, I was a member. I am an accredited landlord with the NRLA, and I'm a member of the Portsmouth Landlords Association. Can you hear me okay with that? For the first 20 years of my property ownership, I ran them and managed them myself. But for the last 10 years, they've been managed by, or the HMOs have been managed by Owen Oliver of Flats in Southsea, who is greatly respected in Portsmouth. However, despite Owen hopefully managing this one, I'm a hands-on landlord. I've introduced myself to the neighbours. They have my phone number, should they have any concerns in the future. The reason I'm informing you of this is I want you to realise I'm not a faceless landlord living in London. I live in Portsmouth, and I always have done. So I hope you'll take that into account. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, and thanks for staying and doing that deputation during a long, long meeting. Okay. Questions from committee. My one was just a triple check that it's a residence parking zone, isn't it? So my understanding is with applications for residence parking zones that is covered over by the fact that any property can apply for basically apply for 2 permits anyway, whether it's a family home or an HMO.
That's correct.
Okay, that was my double checking. Any other questions? Councillor Mason.
The window to bedroom 5 looks remarkably small in height. Are we sure that there is adequate lighting, natural lighting for bedroom 5?
Thank you, Councillor. So it has two windows. We might get the elevations up. So on the left-hand side near the 5, it's got a long-looking window on the plan, and then above the number 5, a more regular width window facing down the garden. If we go to the elevations, there we are. So top right is the side-facing window. That's obviously to deal with overlooking issues. It's like that, and obscurely glazed. And then, yes, a slightly smaller window facing down the garden on the top left there. That's facing east, so that would get morning sun. Oh, yeah, thank you very much indeed. Of course, there we are. Well, I'll leave you to judge, Councillor.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that? If it's an overlooking thing, is that not covered by having obscured glaze? Like, if I was living in that bedroom, I'd want that double the size that window. Even if I couldn't have like clear glass, I would rather have more light. Did that come up, or is this just?
Yeah, so it's that hard. Well, you have to have the opening light has to be above 1.7, I think it is, which is about here on me, and it has to be obscurely glazed, which it is.
Okay, so it can't be bigger because it has to be up. Oh, I see. It has to be up there because of the overlooking. Yeah.
For the opening
yeah,
light,
the opening.
and
I
glazed
understand.
and obscurely glazed.
Every day's a learning day. Yep, that's good. Any other questions? No? Any comments, proposals? Councillor Smythe jumping in.
I'll like to support this application. It meets all our requirements. And I do like a house with a utility room where washing is mentioned. And I hope that the applicant will be able to make sure there's a dryer in there and a washing machine and racks and things. I think laundry is a great problem for the modern house, and I would like to support this application.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or a seconder on that proposal? If not, I'm happy to second, like Councillor Valley, or no, I'll do me on this one. So seconded by myself. Any other proposals or comments? No. So we have a proposal in front of us, proposed by Councillor Smythe, seconded by me, to move officer's recommendation for conditional permission. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those against? None. All those abstaining? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So that motion is carried therefore, and conditional permission is granted. Before you all run away, David, have we got... No, should we do it next time?
Let's do it next time.
Let's do it next time. We just had an update, because we'd requested on updates of appeals, but I think we've been here for long enough. Thank you so much to the committee for staying. We can add it to the next one, Councillor Hunt, for the whole day, and for your contributions. Thanks to people doing deputations, particularly Carrie Ann's been here all day, and obviously thanks to the officers and Toby, who's been here all day. Okay,